Here in Studio 57 in New York. And in Washington, D.C., CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett joins me tonight to co-anchor a special State of the Union edition of Red and Blue. And Major, it's going to be interesting to see how Ukraine alters the dynamic on Capitol Hill tonight.
These are tumultuous and consequential times, Elaine, and this State of the Union address will be historic in ways not even anticipated 3 weeks ago.
A lot to look forward to. Here is a look at some of the stories we are watching right now. We're just a short time away from President Biden's State of the Union address. What we know about some of the big themes he plans to address and what new CBS polling shows about what Americans are hoping to hear. Plus, Russia is stepping up attacks on civilian targets in Ukraine as hopes for a quick military operation are fading in the face of stiff Ukrainian resistance. Food and fuel shortages are also slowing the Russian advance, according to U.S. officials. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made an emotional appeal to the European Parliament about Russia's unprovoked invasion. His vow to fight for his nation's survival was met with a standing ovation.
Ketanji Brown Jackson prepares to meet with senators this week, her first steps ahead of the Senate confirmation process. Plus, voters head to the polls in Texas as the state kicks off the first primary of the 2022 midterm election season under new, more restrictive voting laws. We'll have a look at the key races to watch.
But we begin with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where the Kremlin has stepped up attacks on civilian targets. Renewed talks aimed at a ceasefire have once again hit an impasse.
President Zelensky is describing an attack on Freedom Square in the eastern city of Kharkiv an act of terror. It comes as a Russian military convoy several miles long, presses toward Ukraine's capital of Kiev. Deborah Alfarone has the latest.
Eyewitness video captured the moment a Russian missile struck a television tower in the capital, Kiev, as a 40-mile Russian convoy remained stalled on the outskirts of the city. The deadly attack came on the same day Russian forces hit this administration building in Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, killing several people and wounding dozens.
Мы боремся за наши права.
In an emotional address before the European Parliament, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his nation is fighting to survive this brutal Russian invasion. And in a sign of solidarity, European Union ambassadors at a UN conference walked out with Ukraine when Russia's foreign minister began his address.
We must reject Russia's attempts to falsely justify this attack as a defense of human rights.
The U.S. and other world powers are set to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves to help ease rising gas prices that have skyrocketed since the Russian invasion started.
President Biden also held a call with President Zelensky for just over 30 minutes. They discussed further sanctions against Russia and defense assistance for Ukraine. On Tuesday, House Republicans argued that assistance should include weapons.
They need some air defense support. They need ammunition. They need rifles, machine guns, and others.
As the crisis continues to unfold, 200 American troops landed in Germany Tuesday as part of NATO's eastern flank. Their arrival comes as Russia's defense minister says it will continue its Ukraine operation until its goals are achieved. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
For more on tonight's State of the Union, let's bring in Ed O'Keefe and Robert Costa. Ed is a senior White House and political correspondent for CBS News, and Robert is chief election and campaign correspondent for CBS News. Good to see you both. Ed, let me start with you. A new CBS poll shows the president's approval rating at 44%. Now, they've been flagging for a while. How might tonight be a chance to potentially reset those numbers?
Well, the White House certainly sees this as an opportunity, no matter what's going on. The fact that they've had to recalibrate and focus a bit more on foreign policy, I think they would tell you, while it isn't their choice and while they're not exploiting the situation, they'd acknowledge that foreign policy has been a strength of this president. It's a big part of his background and his professional experience, so they feel like in that regard, him talking about these issues tonight, he does so with some authority and with a deep understanding of what's been going on. And our polling shows a deep eagerness among Americans to learn more about about what exactly might transpire in that region. But beyond that, you're going to see some compare and contrast tonight. Here's what Democrats want to do. Do Republicans want to work with us to get things done, or are they just going to continue talking about things they don't like that this administration has done? You'll see that in regards to inflation and trying to bring down the prices of everyday goods and services for Americans. You'll see it also in his talk about what the White House describes as a unity agenda, or a series of proposals on items that have historical bipartisan support that he's going to suggest could easily pass Congress and get to his desk, especially with an election nearing. We'll see whether or not those resonate, whether that works, but that's certainly an attempt in an election year for a president to try to score some legislative victories for himself, for his party, but ultimately, at least in his view, case, for everyone.
Robert, as you well know, preparations for a State of the Union address often occur 2 months in advance. Well, 2 months ago, the world was a different place. How has the president prepared under these very difficult and ever-changing circumstances to put this speech together?
Major, I've been roaming around the Capitol for the last few hours, talking to people at the White House by phone, talking to senators and House members here, and it's pretty clear that their sense is the president's going to pare back some of his partisan remarks, that this is going to be more about a presidential moment, not necessarily setting up the midterm elections. It's interesting that Democrats, though, really do want, as Ed said so well, for him to sell what he's done on the $1.9 trillion rescue plan, on the infrastructure plan that passed in the fall. These are the concerns Democrats have, that because they don't feel enough political electricity in the air as those midterms loom.
Ed, you covered candidate Biden. I covered Senator Biden. He often was one of those people who, in a moment of international crisis, you could look to, and he would offer, from his point of view, certainly, a coherent framing of the issues involved. Does the White House see this moment as an opportunity to do just that, because events have so demonstrably changed the content of tonight's speech?
Absolutely. They were channeling over the weekend that the script was being rewritten and that they understood there had to be more of a focus on Ukraine because of this sudden American interest, concern, eagerness, hunger to understand what exactly is going on over there. How are we going to respond? And is this president going to commit to not sending in U.S. combat troops, as he has repeatedly said? And it was all confirmed to us today in our CBS poll. Look at how Ukraine suddenly jumped to the front of the list of issues of most concern and that people want to hear about tonight, before inflation, the economy, and the pandemic. How they said they agree with the president that there should be no U.S. combat troops committed to the region. And they're going to want to hear some tough talk from him about Vladimir Putin. That's easy for Democrats or Republicans these days. And based on excerpts we've seen tonight, the president will do that by once again calling out the Russian president, saying he wanted to divide the Western world, and he's failed at that completely. Instead, the Western world united more than ever before. So yes, this will play to a strength, and a strength, let's remember, that was compromised last year in the late summer as the withdrawal from Afghanistan began for U.S. forces. It was that event, coupled with the Delta variant's takeoff in the late summer, that really caused the numbers for this president to start to collapse. And the blast radius on that has been, of course, the effects on Democrats overall. So does tonight allow them to sort of rebuild that or remind people, look, we've made some mistakes or missteps before in the realm of foreign policy, but we're on top of this one. We've united most of the Western world, and we're taking on one of our historic foes. Big opportunity for them that the White House is hoping helps turn around those numbers for sure.
Well, Robert, where does that leave Republicans? How do Republicans view the state of the country right now? How is the party planning to message heading into midterms?
Based on my reporting, I'm pretty skeptical about this unity agenda being proposed and whether it's going to get much traction from Republicans. The Republicans I've spoken with in the Senate in recent days aren't looking to do much bipartisan legislating in the coming months. If anything, they may give the president a vote on his Supreme Court nominee. But beyond that, it's midterm season, even though it's still the wintertime. And Republicans are seeing on the horizon a potential takeover of the House majority, a potential takeover of the Senate majority. And there's a little bit of tension on the Republican side. There's a sense maybe to just coast right now. They're doing so well in the polls. Don't start putting too many ideas or bill proposals out there. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has been at odds with the Florida Senator Rick Scott about whether there should be actual agenda items on the table for Republicans this year. And you see just Republicans in the House just trying to get to November, even though they have problems of their own, like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia spoke at a white nationalist conference last week. They're trying to just push that aside, as we saw from Kevin McCarthy, the House GOP leader, earlier today.
Well, we saw that you pressed her on that, and she did not seem to provide many answers in response to your questions. So, Ed, COVID now registers fourth in a new CBS poll of what Americans, we should mention these are Americans who plan on watching the address, of what they want to hear President Biden discuss tonight. How have the issues that seem so important for candidate Biden changed now for President Biden?
Well, it's the old adage of, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose, you make promises as a candidate, and then you buckle down and have to deal with them as the office holder, and that certainly has been the case for this president. I was listening to Republicans earlier today up on Capitol Hill talking about, this president said that if 1 million deaths ever came from COVID, that the president responsible for that should be thrown out of office. Well, more than 1 million, roughly almost 1 million people have died of this virus under his, or the number's gotten closer to 1 million under his watch. And all the criticism he leveled against Donald Trump, well, it's coming back to bite him, these Republicans are saying, in essence. They're not wrong about that necessarily, but much like inflationary pressure and the decisions of a Russian president, the president doesn't control science and the whims of a virus that has ravaged the world, but they have tried to respond to it. And he acknowledged, for example, they didn't get the testing program set up fast enough. That also affected his standing with voters. Let's see what kind of signals he gives tonight about how the country gets beyond this, or at least continues to proceed with it in its endemic stage, if that's where we're headed, or if he gives some signal of how the administration might respond differently should there be another variant, God forbid, in the coming weeks or months that turns around these gains. But this is certainly an issue that has been so present and hung over this White House ever since President Biden took office. Just today, again, for the second time, they've removed the face mask requirements around here. I was commenting to colleagues earlier today. I saw the faces of Secret Service agents today for the first time I haven't seen since the administration began in full, because we've all been masked up around here. That's one big symbolic change. Tonight in the House chamber, you'll see the change as well up there as the attending physician says you don't have to wear the mask if you're vaccinated and you don't want to. And that's beginning to happen across the country. There's still confusion about it, but let's see how this president speaks to that tonight. And addresses that confusion, that concern, that anger that a lot of people have towards policymakers and how they should fight this pandemic. And at the same time, interesting, guys, that as these restrictions are being lifted, there is some reporting, there is some polling out today that suggests there's actually still a lot of concern among Americans that we may get too far ahead of the science, too far ahead of the pandemic, and maybe lifting these restrictions too soon. So there's really no easy way to balance this. Politics and science don't mix terribly well. But, that's another one of the struggles we'll have to discuss tonight.
Robert, let's go straight to the politics. It was memorably said years ago in an entirely different context, hope is not a strategy. As you know and I know, Democrats hope the State of the Union address gives the president a boost in his ratings and has spillover effects, beneficial spillover effects to them. Possible?
It's possible because my sources close to President Biden say he understands that there's a lot of grievance out there, not just on the Republican side, which is predictable and understandable in this partisan atmosphere in Washington and across the country, but a grievance on the independent sector of the voting population. And the president, I'm told, wants to speak directly to them. Look for him tonight to try to say, I get it. I get you're frustrated, you're unhappy with inflation, but here's what I've been trying to do with the rescue plan, $1.9 trillion passed a year ago this month, then infrastructure. And he's going to try to say to Democrats in that room, look, maybe it's time you start running with me on my agenda, not starting to retire, because Democrats have been facing, especially in the House, this wave of retirements because they're feeling uneasy about the political climate. So look for the president to get into that tonight, to say we've done all of these things. And at the same time, for those skittish voters in swing areas, in the suburbs of parts of this country, to say on foreign policy, I'm a steady hand. He's not going to address, I'm told, the former president Donald Trump by name, but the stakes are going to be outlined about how fragile democracy is abroad and how fragile it is at home, and how it's important to have someone who does have, as he will say tonight, a steady hand at the wheel.
Important insights from Robert Costa on Capitol Hill and Ed O'Keefe at the White House. We thank you both.
And a reminder, you can stream the president's first State of the Union address live right here on CBS News. We will continue with special coverage leading up to his speech, scheduled for a 9 p.m. Eastern start, and have post-speech analysis as well. As President Biden prepares to address the nation in his first State of the Union, fighting in Ukraine is intensifying.
Russia is starting to hit heavily populated cities, sparking fear this conflict's death toll could rise. Joining us now from Moscow is CBS News reporter Mary Ilyushina. Mary, in a tactical shift, it appears Russia is more aggressively targeting civilian areas. What can you tell us?
Yeah, on Tuesday morning, Russia attacked the city of Kharkiv, which is just a few miles away from the border with Ukraine. It's predominantly Russian-speaking city, so that sparked a lot of concerns about what is Russia going to do with cities that are predominantly Ukrainian-speaking, because Russia explained this attack as liberation of Russian-speaking people that it said were attacked by the Kiev regime. So apparently 2 cruise missiles fell on the administrative building in Kharkiv, where there's no military infrastructure, and the video from that has been particularly striking. President Zelensky, after that, called Russia a terrorist state and also called for investigation into war crimes. He called this a war crime. Also, independent analysts have been collecting evidence, and they're saying, like a group of Bellingcat said, that Russia is using cluster munitions, which are very, very dangerous for civilians because they're not high-precision weaponry. So the tactic definitely has changed, and we will probably, unfortunately, see the death toll increase in the coming days.
And Mary, in the midst of that, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the European Parliament today, calling for the EU to support Ukraine. What kind of response have we seen in terms of European solidarity?
The EU definitely stepped up their efforts to help Ukraine. They've allocated about 90 million euros to help the refugees that are fleeing Ukraine right now through the western border. Hundreds of thousands of people who have left the cities that have been attacked by Russia. And also, EU stepped up their military aid to Ukraine. They've allocated about 500 million euros for that. And what's really striking about this, that Germany kept a policy of not helping or engaging in military conflicts, supplying military aid, and they reversed their policy on this to help Ukraine after pleas from President Zelensky. So he's definitely struck a chord with European leaders, and they heard his plea. So they're definitely stepping up to help Ukraine repel this attack.
Mary, here in the United States, viewers of cable television or broadcast television, and even those watching on their mobile devices, have seen this very large, prominent Ukrainian TV tower come under attack. What happened there? What's the significance of that?
So a tower, one of the main channels in Kiev, the Ukraine capital, was hit by 2 missiles. And what the Ukrainian officials are saying, this is basically a strategy by the Russian forces to cut off Ukraine from communications and try to spread what they said is propaganda message. I want to read you a quote from the Ukrainian defense minister, Alexei Reznikov, who said, "The goal is to break the resistance of the people and the army. They can arrange a breakdown of connection. After that, the spread of massive fake messages that the country's leadership has given up. No surrender, only victory." And I want to mention that in Russia, they appear to be doing the same. They really want to control the message of how Russian media is covering the Ukrainian invasion, and they've cut off Echo Moscow, which is this liberal-leaning radio station that has been on air since 1990, and today it went off air after the sanction from the Russian government to stop it from broadcasting.
And Mary, there are reports that Russian forces are now dealing with a number of logistical challenges, food shortages, shortages of fuel, and that morale is flagging. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there was multiple videos appearing on social media today showing Russian hardware just broken down on the roads, and some independent analysts have found videos of captured Russian soldiers who say they basically were stuck in the fields for several weeks with really little food, and some of their provisions were expired. They were from 2015, so they definitely appear to be not well cared for. And also, one of the things that the analysts have been also talking about is that the morale is pretty low, because apparently Russia sent quite a bit of conscripts into Ukraine. Some of them did not even know that they were going into a war situation. They were told those were drills or some training exercise or a peacekeeping mission. So a lot of them appear to have gone to Ukraine without really knowing where they are and what they're supposed to do. So they're definitely not as intended to continue with this operation as Ukrainian forces who are trying to repel this attack.
All right, Mary Ilyushina in Moscow for us. Mary, thank you. President Biden is on the verge of his first State of the Union address tonight.
What is at stake, and how recent world events have dramatically shifted the political landscape? Our own John Dickerson joins us for his take next. You are streaming red and blue.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
Some Republicans are now accusing companies like Twitter and Facebook of targeting conservatives.
They've had unchecked power to censor.
I do not have access to my main Facebook account.
I wasn't given an explanation. I was just like, what did I do?
It's not okay to shut down my voice simply because it's not the same as yours.
How those rules are enforced is something that the rest of us know very, very little about.
The First Amendment protects all of us from the government limiting our speech. The companies have the ability to decide what speech they will allow. They're not the government.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
President Biden is set to address the nation in just about 90 minutes. The recent unprovoked Russian attacks on neighboring Ukraine will likely change tonight's speech from what had been planned just a few weeks ago. John Dickerson joins me now. He is CBS News senior national correspondent and chief political analyst. So, John, the president campaigned on restoring the soul of the nation. What kind of progress has he made on that?
Well, first we have to decide what we mean by restoring the soul of the nation. I mean, essentially what candidate Biden meant when he said that was, I'm going to not be Donald Trump. And so in that regard, he has restored, he's repaired the soul of the nation. He doesn't use bullying as a tactic. He doesn't assault and insult the other side. He believes in bipartisanship and putting in the work that's responsible, and that's a part of that. He has just lowered the boil on the presidency. He's not in the public consciousness as much, and he doesn't use grievance to make his case. He also, with respect to Ukraine, he believes in, and we've seen since the beginning of his presidency, he believes in alliances. He believes in treating traditional friends of the United States with respect and, in some cases, deference. And when he makes a mistake, as he did in the relationships between France and Australia, he tries to make amends. That is all thematically different, and that would go under the heading of restoring the soul. But, of course, there's a large portion of the country, some of whom believe, along with Donald Trump, incorrectly, that the election was stolen, where they think that he's damaging the soul of America. So the way they see things, when the president talks about voting rights, they see that as an act of grievance. So there's only so much repair you can do with the soul of America, given the structure of our partisan politics right now.
All right, very quick correction. I think I said 90 minutes. I misspoke. It's about 2.5 hours or so that we're expecting. Math is not my forte, clearly, John. Let me ask you about the events in Ukraine, though, John, serve as this reminder of how unforeseen events can really eclipse any president's best-laid plans. How is Russia's attack on Ukraine forcing a change in course for the president?
The presidency is a job that's full of surprises, and that's true of the State of the Union as well. In 1980, Jimmy Carter devoted most of his speech to the surprise Russian invasion of Afghanistan. In 1913, when Woodrow Wilson returned to the tradition of speaking and giving the address in public, he said in that speech, well, the world is reaching a new level of peace. In about 6 months, you had the First World War. So the presidency is a job of surprises. And when you look at the Biden presidency, it's not just a surprise that has taken over his efforts to focus on the domestic economy and fighting COVID, but even on the foreign policy front, President Biden, though he has talked about autocrats, he has really focused a lot of his foreign policy first on Afghanistan and then on China. So Ukraine is a distraction natural to the job, but a distraction not only from domestic affairs, but even from what had hoped to be his foreign policy agenda.
It's interesting in this political environment. After this State of the Union address, John, as you know, there are some 5 planned responses. How does that illustrate the challenges the president faces in getting his agenda passed?
Many of those responses are from Democrats. Will Rogers said, I'm not a member of an organized party, I'm a Democrat. And so that would be in keeping with that tradition. However, it's when you look at the Democratic Party and the agitations within it, these responses are interesting because you have sort of moderate Democrats calling out progressives like Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who's giving one of the responses, saying you should be unified with the president. Well, there's nothing that is not necessarily out of unison with the president. In fact, Congresswoman Tlaib could, in fact, do a lot of work that would help the president. In a speech like tonight, the president is going to be standing there as the leader of the free world in response to Russia. He can't act too overtly politically, but a member of Congress certainly could. And so, in fact, these other speeches could help the president's case as he thinks about the election. Now, on the other hand, they could also thoroughly undermine it by taking attention away from what he's doing. But it's not necessarily the case that this undermines the president. The fact, though, that moderates are speaking out against some of these other speeches tells us also something about the situation they're in, which means as a moderate Democrat trying to hold on to your seat in a competitive district, sometimes you have to act and use members of your own party as a foil. You have to say, I'm not one of them. Well, if that's the condition of the politics in the Democratic Party right now, it's going to be a lot of messiness between now and December, and that doesn't bode well for Democrats trying to keep their seats.
Yeah, it's a reminder of all of the different audiences that these elected officials, including President Biden, are trying to connect with. So President Biden's inaugural address was an open plea to restore bipartisanship and collaboration in Washington.
We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward.
Unity, John. Has the president delivered on that?
Well, it takes two at least to tango. So it's not just the president's job to bring unity. I think there are a couple of different ways you can measure this. Certainly, relative to the rancor that initiated January 6th and the attack on the Capitol, where the president, from which he gave that speech, the country is less agitated than it was then. Of course, you have the leader of the Republican Party and likely nominee of the Republican Party in 2024, Donald Trump, continuing to agitate, continuing to lie that the last election was stolen. So you have a kind of low-grade agitation going on. But if you look at what's happened in Congress, President Biden passed a relief for COVID. He passed a bipartisan bill on infrastructure. He passed a bipartisan bill to increase American competitiveness against China. There's been defense spending that has been agreed to by both parties. There's actually been a fair amount of legislation that's been agreed to by both parties. Now, that isn't to say that there isn't a lot of the ugly partisanship, particularly among some of the members who see a way to increase their personal fortunes by acting out. But you're going to have that in any instance where you have margins that are so thin. Control of the Senate and the House is within grasp for Republicans, and so there is no structural incentive for them to work with a Democratic president. Even so, there have been some things that have been done, and so overall, the president has made inroads in terms of trying to lower the acrimony, but we still have it written into the structure of American politics.
All right, John Dickerson. John, we always appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine.
For more, let us please bring in Mary Frances Berry. She is the former chair of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights and is currently a professor of American social thought and legal history at the University of Pennsylvania. She joins us from New Orleans. So, Mary Frances, I'm going to tell you something that I think you know, but our audience may not. The first televised State of the Union address was Harry Truman's in 1947, which means tonight, when President Biden addresses the country, for the first time an American president on national television will talk about a mechanized, raging war in Europe. Because, of course, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when he was talking about World War II, did that via radio. That changes all the dynamics around a State of the Union. Preparations for this speech have clearly had to be redrafted because of this startling world event. How big a challenge faces the president tonight?
Well, it's a challenge. We have in recent memory had when George Bush, Bush the younger, gave his speech about Iraq, his State of the Union, about how we should go into Iraq and how we had to invade and all that. Almost the whole speech was about the war. We actually went into Iraq at the time, and the crisis that we had at that time was important. But this is significantly different. In the case of Bush, we did invade, we did what he asked, and he had support, and we did it. In this Ukrainian crisis, it's not clear what exactly we can do that is more. The president has already said we're not sending any troops, ground troops. The other NATO members aren't sending any. Russia seems prepared to roll into all the places in Ukraine and create mayhem. It's a very sticky problem, and it's sticky for the world economy, too, as we've seen. So we will have to see how deftly he can handle this.
And as you mentioned in President George W. Bush's State of the Union address, he was trying to essentially explain and persuade the country about a policy he was heading toward. This is a situation where events have shifted. Can you think of a similar instance when a president, basically on the verge of a State of the Union address, had to so significantly redraft it because of unexpected world events?
Well, I can't think of anyone offhand that has occurred in that way. But because I've been so focused on what's happening with the crisis in Ukraine. But that is a challenge.
For sure. So do you expect voting rights and or civil rights to play any role in the president's speech tonight? And do you think those kinds of domestic issues, maybe like some others, would have been in the speech had events not changed so much? And even so, do you expect that they might still stay in?
The president has a tough road to hoe when it comes to voting rights because Congress, of course, hasn't passed a Voting Rights Act. And the question is whether he would issue an executive order, which is a sticky proposition, although he's been encouraged to do so. I think that he'll talk about historically black colleges and universities, which will appeal to his constituency that's concerned about those. It's not civil rights in general, but we use it under the category. He'll talk about the appointment, the nomination of Judge Jackson to the Supreme Court, which is sort of earth-shaking in its impact, especially in the black community. I don't know if he'll talk about transgender rights, a very sticky issue with children and some of the legislation that's being passed and some of the things going on across the country. But I think that mainly he will talk about the economic issues as they relate to people who are poor or who are suffering from inflation and all the rest, and that will apply to everybody, whether he's talking about civil rights as an issue, whether he's talking about all the concerns that people have.
As you well know, Democrats are desperate for a political boost from this speech. Based on your understanding of the arc of these speeches, can they really provide a bump?
Well, I don't know of one that has. The research on this shows that usually the State of the Union has either no impact or it may go up or down, the poll rating for a president who's in office, but that it has minimal impact. That's what all the Gallup polls, which go all the way back to when Harry Truman won that election, and which he thought he'd lost. So I don't think that it'll have the impact. President Biden needs a bump in the poll. He needs it desperately. My own view is that if the Ukrainian crisis had not occurred, because there's a lot of discussion about the racist statements that are being made by public officials about black people who are in Ukraine and not letting them out, and African nations are protesting and all the rest. He has to be careful what he says about that, because there's general support in the United States for the Ukrainian people, but that's sort of like a fly in the ointment. So I really think that if he hadn't had the Ukrainian issue happen, which he can't help that it happened, in fact, he could talk about the Supreme Court appointment, the first black woman being appointed to the court as a major issue, and pound that away, and then talk about some of the things that used to be in Build Back Better, but they're economic, and some of the ideas about inflation. And he might have gotten a 1 or 2 percentage point bump, but I'm not sure he'll get a bump at all at this time. You mentioned the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, Judge Jackson, to the High Court.
That really is a moment of history, and it seems to me this speech, even though Ukraine will dominate, has to make room for that history-making moment. And for Democrats, that has to be a moment not only to see the president articulate, but to experience and maybe gather round.
Well, I think that it is an important moment. We've waited for this for a long time. And she, of course, is someone who punched all the right tickets. She did everything that everybody else in recent years has done to get to the court, serve on the Court of Appeals, serve in district court, go to a major law school, go to a major undergraduate school, and in addition has been a public defender. So she's got, you know, she hits all the marks for being there. And so I think that it is an extraordinary appointment and a historic event. I'm just a little bit sad that the Ukrainian crisis, in a sense, overshadows the accomplishment here.
Mayor Francis Berry, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so very much.
Thanks so very much for having me.
Republicans, as you might expect, are preparing their rebuttal to President Biden's State of the Union address.
Coming up, how the GOP is using the president's address in its message for midterms. You're streaming Red and Blue.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
When folks on the right talk about socialism, it's a boogeyman.
Socialists are always going to promise you free tuition, free healthcare, free everything, but they will never promise you freedom.
I think of socialism as government control.
Wealth is too concentrated at the top right now.
Providing for people the things that they need is actually the world that we were supposed to live in.
Socialism didn't work in Cuba, North Korea, the Soviet Union.
Capitalism is a bedrock of the American dream.
My daughter's one of 40,000 people a year dying from lack of health care in this country. What kind of country am I living in that we're okay with this?
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Welcome back to Red and Blue. Here's a look at some of our top stories. Russian forces continue to close in on Ukraine's capital of Kiev today, with satellite imagery showing a 40-mile-long military convoy on the outskirts of the city. The Russian military carried out a deadly attack on Kiev's main TV tower earlier today. Plus, we're just a few hours away from President Biden's State of the Union address. After the speech, he will face no less than 5 official responses, including some from lawmakers in his own party. And Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is swiftly taking her first steps towards Senate confirmation, already submitting written answers to questions from the Senate Judiciary Committee today. She is set to meet with senators this week, and confirmation hearings could begin as soon as the middle of this month. President Biden is extending FEMA coronavirus aid for states through July 1st. The federal assistance supports vaccination clinics, testing sites, and healthcare facilities that treat COVID-19 patients. FEMA coverage of state emergency costs was initially set to end in September of 2021, but was extended twice to apply through April of this year. This week's extension is a sign the Biden administration still sees a need for federal intervention to combat the virus, despite a recent decline in new U.S. cases.
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds will deliver the Republican rebuttal to President Biden's State of the Union address tonight. Republicans hope to capitalize on the president's low approval ratings, shifting COVID policies, inflation, and the U.S. response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Biden's speech comes as Democratic lawmakers, and they'll tell you this in private, face dim prospects in the upcoming midterm elections. Joining me now is Jeff Rowe. Jeff was the chief strategist for Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin during his last campaign. He is also the founder of the Republican campaign firm Axiom Strategy. So, Jeff, has the political environment that you encountered in Virginia's governor's race, where basically Democratic advantages from just a year before essentially vanished, have those forces, that atmosphere, migrated to the rest of the country?
It has. In fact, it's about twice as bad as it was on election night in November in Virginia. We actually had a question that we added to every survey that tested Biden versus Trump again, a rerun. And of course, in the November election in 2020, he lost by 10 points. On election night, Biden would have beaten Trump in Virginia by about 3. Today, literally today, survey research we got back this morning, Trump would beat Biden by 7. So if you think about that, that's a 17-point net swing from just simply, 14 months ago. So it's a momentous movement that we've seen, and that's spanned the entire country, seen the same results.
And based on your experience, Jeff, and it's certainly something I've kept track of over the years, Virginia, and as it moves, can be an indicator of national trends.
It can. One of the things that I think the president's really saddled with is that at no time in the last 71 years of public polling has any president improved their approval rating within the midterm year. And so since January 31st, and he is at a historic low for Democrats. There's only been 2 Democrats in the last century that have fallen below 50% approval rating at this point in their presidency, and it's he and Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter looks like a giant compared to Biden. Jimmy Carter was at 49%. Most of Biden's numbers are 41, 42, or 43. So he's in a terrible political predicament.
Of course, former President Trump wants to play a big role in these midterms. Can he? Should he? And what did you learn from that, let us be honest, delicate dance in the Youngkin race?
Sure. I think that President Trump provides energy for Republicans, and off-year elections have a sliver of the turnout that a presidential election has. And so he can provide real opportunities for us to motivate our base, to motivate those voters that have buyer's remorse over the Biden presidency. Like I said, if Trump is winning by 7 against Biden in a rerun 14 months later, then he is not any drag on the ticket. In fact, he's an accelerant. And we saw in Virginia, in many parts of the Commonwealth, where we outperformed any historic numbers for an off-year election, and in fact rivaled his own numbers, and in a few examples exceeded his numbers. So he's an accelerant on a fire that's already burning, which is the Biden presidency, and he can be a big help in the midterms.
Jeff, let's talk real numbers. Plenty of Republicans I talk to imagine gaining 30 seats in the midterms. Some even talk of gaining 50 or 60 seats. Do you see that? And nearby that question, do you have any fears that Republicans might be overestimating their prospects?
Well, the Democrats have done a really good job on redistricting this year, so I don't think we have that many seats in play. But this is what I will say from a numeric perspective, is there are 40 seats that are Democrat +5 advantage. In this environment, when we woke up this morning to a Republican 10.6 advantage, all those seats are way in play, and that's probably our target field. Now, there's 22 more seats that are D+5, but redistricting has not occurred, so we don't know exactly how they're going to play out, but just give us half of those. I mean, you're looking at a situation where there could be 50 seats in play. Now, that doesn't take into account Democrats and their strengths candidate by candidate, but just by the generic wave elections happen in off-year and midterm elections, and take the redistricting out of it, there should be 50 seats that will be in play. There are Democrat +5 seats that have a Democrat incumbent or open seat for us to compete in. And if you're talking about 50 seats, that's playing way side of their 50-yard line. Those are enormous numbers, particularly as we get into a balkanized time in American political history where people just have their jerseys on, red or blue, and they're going to vote for their own party. So I think we could be looking at a 30 to 50 seats is probably the window.
And Jeff, as you well know, if it's a wave election, there are often races not projected that pop up and land in that wave category.
There are, and it's not just because the political predicament of the Biden administration, but it's also the issue set that people care about. Normally, as Republicans, we kind of have to make up a few issues to get people to get excited about voting for us. We have to change the topic on occasion. But right now, at this moment, the reason why I think the Democrats are in real peril is because inflation is the #1 issue. Inflation wasn't a top 30 issue 14 months ago. And so they completely ascribe the peril of inflation and the impact on working families to the Democrats. Crime is a major issue. Immigration is a major issue. And yes, even education has become a major issue because of the woke factor and impact on education. And so the issue set that we can't swing a dead cat around without hitting an issue that's great for us to campaign on and an issue that voters actually care about in their daily life.
I'll leave the dead cat swinging to you, Jeff, but it's State of the Union tonight. As a Republican strategist, watching the terrain and knowing that any incumbent president is going to try to maximize that moment, what issues do you believe President Biden should take head on, but as a Republican strategist, you hope he doesn't?
Yeah, well said. I will have the trash can really close to throw up in case he does. You know, if I was him, I would take masks off planes. If I was him, I'd ban Russian oil being sold in the United States. If I was him, I would talk about Tomahawk and Stinger missiles that they're going to sell Ukraine. I mean, those are big opportunity issues that are going to make news. I'd think about even reopening the Keystone Pipeline. I think there's an opportunity for a reset. This is one of the few moments he'll have between now and Election Day to actually change the narrative of his candidacy, to go back to the old, Uncle Joe Biden from Delaware, the mainstream, moderate Democrat. I don't think they have it in them. I'll have my trash can really close to me in case they do. But if they did things like that, took big steps on COVID to release the country from some of these confines that the pandemic has put upon us and Democratic administrations put on us, to actually go in and truly impact Ukraine, to do some things along the lines of reestablishing opportunities for inflation to come down with oil prices, that would be a great reset for him. I don't know if they have it in them. They've got a big progressive night. We have an election here in Texas tonight that's going to have, battling within their party between moderates and progressives. And I think that continually puts them in turmoil. And so I don't know if he can get it done, but if he does that tonight, it'll be a big win.
Jeff, the Republican Party is not without some of its own issues of turmoil. To what degree, from your vantage point, have divisions that have popped up recently within the Republican Party over Russia and Ukraine weakened its standing?
Well, I don't think so. There's a mainline philosophy around Ukraine with the Republican Party, and there's a mainline positions on both these issues that Republicans ascribe to. You're going to have some splinters on both sides of the political ledger, but I think uniformly Republicans believe that we need to arm the Ukrainian military. We need to send every single item that we can to them to help fight off Russia and Putin. And I think there's widespread agreement. Of course, there's some people that are outliers within the party on that topic, but it's pretty clear that this is a rallying of the world against Putin and his aggression, and almost all Republicans fall right into that bucket.
And real quick, Jeff, the Republican position mainline is not that Vladimir Putin is a genius, correct?
It's not. That's not where the Republican Party is. Republicans have fighting from the Cold War on. We know that Russia and China are main aggressors and our main competition worldwide. One we compete with economically, one we need to be prepared for militarily. And so I think we all view that way.
Jeff Rowe, coming to us from Houston. Thanks so very much. And a reminder, you can stream the President's first State of the Union address live right here on CBS News. Our special coverage leading up to the speech begins at 8 p.m.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. an original CBS Reports documentary.
The COVID economic shutdown hit Las Vegas harder than any other major city in the nation.
It's decimated the entertainment community.
So even though it looks fairly busy, this is really just a fraction of what business was like prior to COVID.
Last week, there was another large hotel chain that 18,000 were let go.
I haven't seen any jobs that are even close to what I was making.
We're trying to keep things as normal for our kids. I have a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And I see every day people losing their homes, having to leave Las Vegas.
If I have to start over somewhere else, I'll have to start over.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Voting is underway in Texas's first primary election since the legislature approved a controversial new voting law. The measure, called SB 1, places new restrictions on mail-in voting. It prevents county officials from sending mail-in ballot applications to voters who didn't ask for them. The law also stops drive-through and 24-hour voting. Jack Fink is with me now. He is a reporter for our Dallas-Fort Worth station, KTVT. So, Jack, how is this new voting law impacting the number of ballots getting rejected?
Well, nice to be with you, Elaine. And more mail-in ballots are being rejected this time than they have been in the past statewide, and that's because they don't comply with the new state law. One of the hang-ups is that people are asked to put on their Texas driver's license or the last 4 digits of their Social Security number. And so people are putting down one or the other, but it doesn't match what they initially put down when they registered to vote, so they're getting kicked back. So what we've been suggesting as a news organization is that people put both the driver's license and the last 4 digits of their Social Security number. The good news is people have until March 7th to make the corrections either online or in person.
Interesting. Well, Texas recently redrew its political maps. How did that process play out?
Well, like a lot of other states, this is now in the courts, but because our primary is so early today, the courts have allowed these current maps to stay in effect. For the most part, the maps have helped most of the incumbents.
Well, let's talk about Texas's attorney general race. Is this normally a competitive contest?
No, it certainly hasn't been, but this time, two-term incumbent Ken Paxton has faced a very serious challenge from 3 primary challengers. George P. Bush, the Texas Land Commissioner, very conservative East Texas Congressman Louis Gohmert, and former Texas Supreme Court Justice Eva Guzman. They've all raised a lot of money. They all have statewide name recognition, and they've all gone after him in a big way as far as his ethics are concerned. Now, he does have the support of former President Donald Trump, and so he has had a lead in the polls, but analysts I've spoken to believe that he is going to be forced into a runoff, which is a big story.
All right. Well, now to the 28th Congressional District. 9-term U.S. Representative Henry Cuellar, who is under FBI investigation, faces a challenge from attorney Jessica Cisneros. How is that race playing out?
Well, this is in South Texas, and this is a redo from 2020. It was very close, but Cisneros is getting a lot of help this time around from Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and so that is helping her. The district has been redrawn slightly, and so that may help her as well. She's been able to raise a lot of money, and the fact that Congressman Cuellar is under FBI investigation, and so that can't help him at all.
All right. Well, former Congressman Beto O'Rourke, who lost a bid to unseat Senator Ted Cruz and had a failed presidential run, is trying to unseat Republican Governor Greg Abbott. Jack, what does the political terrain look like for him now in Texas, and what can we expect his future political moves to look like?
Well, he's going to win tonight very easily because no one else in the Democratic Party has the name recognition that he has statewide. As far as going forward, he'll likely face Republican Governor Greg Abbott, and this is going to be an uphill climb for him in 2022 because this is not like when he ran in U.S. Senate in 2018. This is a very different year, obviously. So there's that he is facing. The other problem for him is his past statements on positions that he took in the presidential race as far as seizing people's semi-automatic weapons. That is not popular here in Texas. And so he's going to face those kinds of issues, but he still raises a lot of money. He still draws a very big crowd. So it'll be interesting to see the kind of race he is able to pull off.
Finally, Jack, I want to get your take on former President Trump's influence on this election. You talked about that attorney general contest. How else do you see the former president's influence sort of playing out overall?
Well, he has a very sizable influence here in the state of Texas. And he has made a number of endorsements, not only for Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor, in the AG's race, but also down the ballot. He has even gone as far down as a Tarrant County judge. The Tarrant County judge is the chief county commissioner, if you will, and that surrounds Fort Worth. So this is still a very Republican area. It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. He has not endorsed one Republican member of Congress up in the northern suburbs of Dallas, and we're waiting to see the kind of impact that is having. That member of Congress is having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in TV ads in the Dallas-Fort Worth market to defend his record.
A lot to watch, Jack Fink. Jack, thank you very much. And for more on the Texas primary, you can stay up to date on our local CBS News Dallas-Fort Worth stream, available on the CBS News app. The House has voted to award the Congressional Gold Medal to the only all-black female battalion to serve in Europe during World War II. 855 women in the 6888 unit were deployed to Europe in 1945. They sorted and routed millions of pieces of mail to ensure aid and communications were delivered to the front lines. The Senate passed legislation to honor 6888 veterans last year. It will now be sent to President Biden to be signed into law. Half a dozen living members of the battalion are expected to accept the medal when it's awarded. Well, that does it for today. You can stream Red and Blue Monday to Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Major Garrett, sir, always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
And a pleasure to be with you, Elaine. And a reminder, if you want to watch previous episodes of this program, you can see them anytime on the CBS News website. Just head to cbsnews.com/red and blue.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The COVID economic shutdown hit Las Vegas harder than any other major city in the nation.
It's decimated the entertainment community.
So even though it looks fairly busy, this is really just a fraction of what business was like prior to COVID.
Last week, there was another large hotel chain that 18,000 were let go.
I haven't seen any jobs that are even close to what I was making.
We're trying to keep things as normal for our kids. I have a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And I see every day people losing their homes, having to leave Las Vegas.
If I have to start over somewhere else, I have to start over.
an original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Tony DeCopel reports on the many American families still coping with pandemic job losses.
How do you think the Biden administration's doing?
I don't see it working for us.
And struggling to make ends meet. Now,
I'm Weijia Jiang, coming to you from our CBS News Bureau in Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us. Here's a look at the top stories we are following right now. State of the Union. President Biden will deliver his first address to both houses of Congress later this evening. He faces crises at home and abroad. What to expect from his remarks and what both sides of the aisle are hoping to hear. Fighting for survival. Ukraine's president says civilian deaths are mounting as Russia continues its advance, the latest on the push toward Kiev. Going after the money. How the Biden administration is putting pressure on Russian oligarchs in the hopes of getting Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine. And later this hour, a majority of Americans say they are concerned about the economy. We'll talk about what President Biden can say tonight to ease their minds. Plus, how charities and humanitarian organizations are stepping up to help the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the country.
There's no food on the shelves. There's no medicine. Supplying a country with food and resources, it's a big undertaking.
But first, President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address in about 2 hours. The Biden administration is dealing with a number of challenges. The president is expected to address the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. On the domestic front, Mr. Biden is also dealing with record high inflation, filling a looming vacancy on the Supreme Court and a pandemic that is easing but still far from over. We will have a CBS News special report covering the address at 8 p.m. But first, here's CBS News Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cortez with more on what to expect from the president tonight.
President Biden donned a blue and yellow tie today, Ukraine's national colors, as he spoke by phone with Ukraine's president, holed up in an underground bunker. Zelensky said they discussed his need for more defense assistance as Russian bombing intensifies. The U.S. and its allies unleashed more economic firepower today, Apple halting all product sales in Russia as Visa and MasterCard blocked Russian banks from their networks. Ford suspended operations in Russia following GM's lead. And the operator of the new Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline from Russia to Germany filed for bankruptcy in the face of crippling sanctions. But fears of a worldwide shortage forced oil prices up more than 10% today to their highest level in 7 years, even after other oil-producing nations, including the U.S., agreed to release 60 million barrels of crude from their reserves. A gallon of gas now costs 24 cents more than it did just a month ago.
We are not able to afford it anymore. Prices are going up with food and everything else.
And yet a new CBS News poll finds overwhelming support for U.S. sanctions on Russia. And Ukraine is the #1 issue Americans want to hear about tonight, ahead of the economy, inflation, and the coronavirus. As the pandemic recedes, the social distancing required at last year's joint address has been eliminated, and masks will be optional. What has returned is the fortress-like security at the Capitol, a legacy of the January 6th insurrection.
The State of the Union can be a polarizing affair, but tonight both sides are showing solidarity with Ukraine. Earlier today, about 150 lawmakers donned blue and yellow for a photo on the Capitol steps. And tonight, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. will be the First Lady's guest at the State of the Union, a powerful symbol to the rest of the world, Weijia, about the strength of this alliance.
Nancy Cortez, thank you. Russian forces are beginning to target civilians in crowded cities in Ukraine. On Tuesday, there were deadly attacks in Kiev and Kharkiv. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay has the latest.
A quiet city street turned into fire and rubble. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry says at least 10 people were killed and dozens injured in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. This as fears grow that Russian forces are increasingly putting populated areas in their crosshairs. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called today's missile attack a war crime and claimed it wasn't a legitimate target. Russian air power attacked the airwaves, knocking out TV stations in Kiev and killing 5 people, Ukrainian emergency services said. All while ground forces tried to encircle Kiev with this noose, a convoy stretching 40 miles long north of the capital. But a U.S. official tells CBS News that it's barely moved in the past 24 hours due to fuel and supply shortages. Those trying to flee go by any route necessary, including this makeshift bridge. But fighting continues, and 2 cities in the south are reportedly surrounded, including Mariupol, where mothers and their newborns have been forced to take shelter in a hospital basement. Russian video shows an attack helicopter flying low over Ukrainian fields before Russian soldiers dismount in what was claimed to be a special operation. But a U.S. official tells CBS News that the invasion is not proceeding as quickly as Putin hoped, as Ukrainian forces like these, and even civilians like these blocking a Russian tank, have shown impressive resolve despite the odds.
And joining me now for more are Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Chris Livesay. Ed is a CBS News senior White House and political correspondent. Caitlin is a CBS News political reporter. And Chris Livesay is a CBS News foreign correspondent. Thank you all so much for being with us tonight. Chris, you are in Lviv right now, which is some 50 miles away from Ukraine's border with Poland. What is the current situation like where you are?
Well, what we're seeing, Waja, is a mass exodus. People heading for the exits by the tens, hundreds of thousands. In fact, the European Union fears that as many as 7 million people will eventually be displaced by this conflict. What you see is women and children heading for the borders while the men are staying behind. That's because the government has ordered that men of fighting age, anybody between the ages of 18 and 60, has to stay here. So many heartbreaking scenes of mothers saying farewell to their husbands, fathers saying farewell to their children, not knowing when they're going to see each other again. And you also hear lots and lots of hatred for the man they hold responsible, President Vladimir Putin of Russia. And that kind of hatred is so palpable, it's only going to be worse even if Putin succeeds in every battle after now. So holding this territory is going to be a huge problem moving forward, even if he wins the war, Waja.
Chris, on that point, our colleague Margaret Brennan is reporting that a U.S. official tells CBS News that tactical seizure of Ukraine is possible within the next 4 to 6 weeks based on assessments of what's currently taking place. Do you think people there are aware of this timeline? And I wonder what other big challenges lie ahead for Ukraine in the coming days and weeks.
Well, people are distinctly aware of the news around them. They're also aware of the David and Goliath type scenario in which they find themselves, but they've been extremely heartened by the progress that the Ukrainian military has had. Not just the military, but also civilians, mind you. I mean, these are people who have taken matters into their own hands, filling up bottles and turning them into Molotov cocktails in order to ward off Russian advances. In fact, they've been so successful that the U.S. intelligence says that the Russian military is very frustrated by the lack of progress it's made. They thought they'd be further along in their plans to take over Kiev and the rest of the country at this point. Nevertheless, they're not delusional. They know, the Ukrainians know, that they have a very bad chance, and so they're counting on the U.S. to get more help. In fact, we heard from U.S. officials today that the U.S. has agreed to supply directly to the Ukrainians Stinger anti anti-aircraft missiles, something that they could desperately use. But if you ask Ukrainians themselves here on the ground, what they really want is for the United States to create a no-fly zone with its NATO allies. That does not seem to be forthcoming, because creating a no-fly zone could also create the conditions in which a direct altercation with Russia could take place, and that could lead to an even bigger war.
Absolutely, Chris. That's exactly what the administration has been saying now for several days. Thank you so much for your reporting. And I want to turn to you because tonight's a big night for President Biden, obviously. But foreign policy is usually not front and center of a State of the Union address. So how did Russia's invasion of Ukraine really shape the president's speech tonight?
Well, it reshaped it, Weijia, just in the last few days. Aides saying that versions that had been written had to be ripped up and rewritten again, portions moved around, given events on the ground there where Chris is across Eastern Europe and in Russia. So this will be a State of the Union, probably not since really the Bush era, the George W. Bush era, where foreign policy has dominated so much, just given the urgency of the moment. And that is what aides here have said, that this is a reflection of a moment in time. And right now, the world is really quite concerned, focused, and eager to learn more about how the situation in Ukraine will unfold. There is a little bit of news we can convey, Weijia, and we should. Our Nancy Cortez just confirming a little while ago that in his State of the Union address tonight, President Biden is expected to announce that he's following in the footsteps of European allies and closing U.S. airspace to Russian aircraft. It's a move U.S. officials have been considering for several days. Some flights from Russia tonight to the United States have already had to divert and turn around because of this decision. But again, that is the kind of announcement the president's going to share tonight. Probably the kind of thing that's music to the ears of a lot of Americans who are concerned and want to stick it to the Russian leader as much as possible. Probably a relief to our European allies and the Ukrainians as well, as yet another example of the United States using its financial firepower to get back, or its non-military might, to push back on Russia for what it's been doing. And we'll hear a little more in the speech from the president about how Vladimir Putin has just so completely miscalculated. He'll say that throughout our history we've learned this lesson: when dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost and threats to America and the world keep rising. He will say that Putin's war was premeditated and unprovoked. He rejected efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond, and he thought he could divide us here at home. Putin was wrong. We were ready. That from excerpts the White House provided a little while ago. Beyond that, of course, inflation, the state of the economy, other top issues of domestic concern, including, of course, the pandemic, gun safety, climate change, all of them get a mention. But in normal years, it'd be foreign policy that's down there at the bottom of this list. Tonight, it's on top.
And on that point, Ed, it's for a reason, too, right? Because, Caitlin, according to a new CBS News poll just out today, 73% of Americans said it is important to hear President Biden talk about the Russia-Ukraine crisis tonight. And can you tell us a little more about what their concerns are with what's unfolding? Even though, you know, the president has made clear we won't have boots on the ground, clearly the U.S. is heavily invested.
That's right, Weijia. There is not much bipartisan support for anything these days, but you're seeing wide bipartisan support for what the administration is doing in Ukraine. You're seeing that in our polling. Support for sanctions against Russia. There's support for sanctions against Putin. There's support for U.S. troops defending our NATO allies. But people are very interested in hearing from the president about Ukraine more than any other issue, like the economy, inflation, other issues, because they are concerned about what America's role will be. As you mentioned, there is, while there is wide bipartisan support for some of those measures against Russia, there is wide opposition to any sort of expansion of U.S. troops sending U.S. troops to Ukraine to fight. There is no appetite for that among the American public. There is no appetite for that among lawmakers up here on Capitol Hill. So that's why people are going to be watching tonight to see what the president says about the scope of the U.S. involvement in this war in Europe. And they're also interested to hear likely about how this will affect them and their personal economies, given that's top of mind for people, given inflation, what this means for gas prices and goods here at home.
Well, and the president has said multiple times now that this is going to come at a price for Americans. And our polling shows that President Biden's job rating is at 44%, a number that, of course, the White House wishes were higher going into tonight. Who do you think he will try to appeal to most? And what will you be looking out for in terms of the tone, the messaging, and his overall speech tonight?
Yeah, well, it's an incredible opportunity for any president to reach tens of millions of people live and then to have it digested through the night into tomorrow and heard not only across the country but around the world. So he really does, in some cases, have a captive audience who will, and as our polling shows, want to hear from him on now what is the most urgent issue, and that is the crisis in Ukraine. So he's got a chance to explain it, defend and clarify what has been done so far, and maybe set the tone for what to expect next. Remember, over the course of this past year, he's done a few times pretty vivid examples of tough talk when it comes to the state of the pandemic, when it comes to the chaos in Afghanistan. And, you know, up until that withdrawal in August, that seemed to be something that resonated with Americans, the fact that he was leveling with them about some awful truths. We'll see if he does that tonight. But domestically, he's got to give, you know, his version of the I feel your pain speech, that I understand inflation is really making things difficult for people's bottom lines, whether it's the cost of gas or groceries or other services. And he's going to try to set up a contrast with Republicans by saying, look, here's what we Democrats would do to lower costs for the American people. Things like enacting a new child tax credit, potentially expanding government access to child care, health care, boosting the minimum wage to $15 at the federal level, making it easier for workers to unionize in the public and private sector, and try to say, look, we're trying to do something as Democrats to address this. Republicans are just talking about how bad things are, but not offering solutions or signing on to these ideas that may enjoy bipartisan support. The other thing we're anticipating he'll do is talk about what they're calling a unity agenda, or trying to pass more modest legislation on things that historically have enjoyed bipartisan support. The one the White House called out today was growing concerns about the state of mental health in this country and what can be done to address the crisis that has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. He's going to call for Congress to target technology companies, social media companies that target children with advertising, track their personal information, and contribute to some of the mental health issues that young children and teenagers are having because they're dependent on these tools. There's already Democratic and Republican legislation to do that. So in essence, he's buoying it and saying, just get it done, get it passed. That's a simple bipartisan win for everybody on an issue that everyone seems to be concerned about. And that's a typical election year move. Find some modest things that grab attention, are easy to pass, hold signing ceremonies for Democrats and Republicans, and everybody pro about it. Republicans are willing to work with him and give him victories and give them candidates they like to defeat. The White House are just going to be able to use it as a talking point throughout the year. We tried, and we want to work with us.
Right. And President Biden ran on the promise of restoring unity in that bipartisan spirit here in Washington. Ed O'Keefe and Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much for joining us tonight. A reminder, you can stream the President's State of the Union address live right here on CBS News. Our special coverage leading up to this speech begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. Coming up after the break, an exodus from Ukraine. Civilians are fleeing their country as Russia continues its attack. We have a report from the border of Ukraine and Poland. You're streaming CBS News.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Some Republicans are now accusing companies like Twitter and Facebook of targeting conservatives.
They've had unchecked power to censor.
I do not have access to my main Facebook account.
I wasn't given an explanation. I was just like, what did I do?
not okay to shut down my voice simply because it's not the same as yours.
How those rules are enforced is something that the rest of us know very, very little about.
The First Amendment protects all of us from the government limiting our speech. The companies have the ability to decide what speech they will allow. They're not the government.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
The UN Refugee Agency says more than 600,000 Ukrainians have fled to neighboring countries over the past 6 days. Some people are reportedly waiting up to 60 hours at border crossings. Christina Ruffini has more from the border of Ukraine and Poland.
More than 400,000 Ukrainians have already made the long, cold journey to Poland, and more are on the way.
I don't want to leave, but it's completely dangerous to stay here.
The EU says 4 million people could be forced to flee.
So we're on the Ukrainian side of the Medica border crossing. All these people have been walking all night to get here, and they still have to wait to get into Poland.
At this receiving center in Shemush, a few miles away, volunteers from all over Europe have come to offer free rides, work, and places to stay.
We have to do something.
Friedrich Huttner drove from Germany and says Europeans have been much more divided about taking in refugees from other non-European conflicts.
Racial is always a very hard and bad word, but for a fact it's easier to take in people from the same continent.
And there are reports of African and Middle Eastern refugees having trouble leaving Ukraine. Across the parking lot, Natalia and her family loaded into another volunteer van. Thank you, she says, to the kind people who helped them.
Now, in addition to private citizens, a couple of the hotels here in this area are offering free rooms to refugees. Train tickets are free for Ukrainians. All they have to do is show their passport. And the company Airbnb says they will offer short-term housing at no cost for up to 100,000 refugees. Ouija?
Christina Ruffini, thank you. Utah Senator Mitt Romney called Russia the, quote, #1 geopolitical foe when he ran for president back in 2012. CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Norah O'Donnell asked him to weigh in on the war in Ukraine and on Russian President Vladimir Putin.
With the president speaking there on Capitol Hill tonight, are you worried that Vladimir Putin could try to upstage him and launch a deadly attack on Ukraine's capital of Kiev?
Well, there's no way of predicting what kind of illogical things Vladimir Putin will do. His invasion of Ukraine doesn't make a lot of sense. I think long term you have to see that this is a very bad decision on his part. So I don't rule anything out, but I think it's more likely that we're going to be focused in our country on what President Biden has to say about how we're going to rethink the commitments and the priorities we have in our country.
Is there anything that the U.S. can do to stop Vladimir Putin?
Well, Vladimir Putin has put himself on a course where the people who will stop him are the people of Ukraine. We want to help them with additional armament. with food and supplies. That is getting through at this stage. But the people of the world have also come together and insisted that their governments continue to increase the sanctions on Russia, and that will continue.
Are you concerned about a scenario where this could escalate to a nuclear attack?
Well, people are always concerned, and I'm among them, for what kinds of things Vladimir Putin might do, whether he might use tactical nuclear weapons at some point if he were in a corner with his conventional weaponry. I think it's extremely unlikely that he would move in that direction in the current conflict. But I think we always have to recognize that Vladimir Putin has well over 1,000 nuclear weapons aimed at the United States of America. And so to consider him somehow a friend or someone we can do business with ignores the fact that he is an enemy.
And what about Vladimir Putin's mental state? He looks increasingly isolated. What do you know?
I don't think that anybody can really assess what's going on in the mind of Vladimir Putin right now. The huge table with him sitting at one end is like Dr. Strangelove. He is not listening, apparently, to people who have contrary points of view. I don't know that that's something which suggests a mental imbalance or whether it's just a recognition that this is a dictator, that he's intent on conquest.
Ukrainians have been pleading for a no-fly zone. Is that something you would support?
I would love there to be a humanitarian corridor, a no-fly zone, if you will, that could be negotiated, that would allow women and children from Ukraine to be able to escape if they want to do so. It would hopefully be something done by the United Nations or by NATO or even by us. But we don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're in direct conflict with Russians. The consequence of that could be too severe.
The U.S. is not only targeting Russia with tough sanctions, but also some of its billionaires. As Catherine Herridge reports, several Russian oligarchs are rushing to distance themselves from President Putin.
The wealthiest Russian money, including Vladimir Putin's, has pushed out to sea. Data from marine traffic shows oligarch yachts on the move, including aluminum magnate Oleg Deripaska's $65 million Clio and oil executive Vijit Alexperov's $80 million Galactica Supernova.
No self-respecting oligarch exists without a super yacht. What we're seeing now is hightailing it on the high seas.
The Biden administration created a task force to go after the oligarchs' yachts, their luxury apartments, their money, and their ability to send their kids to fancy college in the West. Financier and anti-corruption advocate Bill Browder says the goal is to get oligarchs to pressure Putin to stop the war.
We're not ready to engage in military warfare. And so there's an expression, we should fight them in the banks if we can't fight them with tanks.
And cracks are appearing. Oligarch Mikhail Friedman founded one of Russia's largest private banks.
So I do not believe that war could be a solution.
And in his London newspaper, one oligarch's son, Yevgeny Lebedev, pleaded with the Russian president to, quote, save the world from annihilation.
The financial pressure is really about undermining support for Vladimir Putin.
Absolutely. Among rank-and-file Russians as well as the oligarchs who help control the economy.
Even before Russia invaded Ukraine, this $100 million yacht, believed to be Putin's, left a German port for safer Russian waters.
He's a former KGB agent, and he has worked his entire career to appear on the surface to be the common man, when below the surface it's apparent that he has significant wealth stored.
Former government officials and outside experts tell CBS News that cutting off Putin's revenue from the energy sector is key. But this is an area where both the U.S. and our allies are vulnerable. Disrupting the energy supply could send prices even higher. Ouija.
Catherine Herridge, thank you. Well, many parts of the country could see temperatures above the seasonal average this week. Chief Meteorologist Kate Byler with our Philadelphia station KYW has the latest. Kate?
Thanks so much. Let's take a look at the weather across the nation as we head through this first day of March. March coming in like a lion across portions of the Pacific Northwest with heavy rain, possible flooding, also some heavy mountain snow for the Cascades. came in like a lamb for much of the Northeast and the Midwest, where dry and unseasonably warm weather is on the docket for the next couple of days. But a dry stretch elevates those wildfire concerns when you don't have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. The soil, the ground, very, very dry, and the winds will be picking up as well. A parade of clippers will impact the Northeast and New England, extending winter into March with some accumulating snow. Storm Scan 3 tonight is relatively quiet. There's that one clipper over portions of New England and a system coming onshore for the Pacific Northwest. This will be around through the next several days. You can see rain moving onshore. It will be heavy in spots like Seattle and Portland, and you can see some mountain snow here throughout the Cascades, especially early on Thursday. And with this kind of persistent parade of storms, another one lurking in the wings, low pressure is going to stay planted over portions of the Pacific Northwest. That's going to drive the jet stream to the north over the country's midsection. And you can see this broad flow from the south as temperatures really rise across portions of the plains and the mid-south over the next few days and eventually through the weekend into the Northeast. In fact, high temperatures tomorrow. Look at Kansas City, 80 degrees, 77 in Dallas, 87 in Phoenix, 73 in New Orleans. And if we look at just a few cities here, you can see the normal in Wichita right now is 53. The high on Wednesday, 76. Thursday, 74. Springfield, Missouri is more than 10 degrees above average. Denver, 15 degrees above average with highs in the mid-60s over the next couple of days. And in Casper, Wyoming, we're even looking at temperatures in the mid-50s for the next 2 days. Across the Northeast, 2 clippers roll through with the chance for some snow. We're talking about mostly in the highest elevations, 3 to 6 inches possible by the time Thursday is said and done. Weijia, back over to you.
Kate, thank you. Coming up after the break, Americans overwhelmingly disapprove of the country's economic conditions. We'll speak with an economist about what can be done and what President Biden can say in his speech tonight to ease concerns. Plus, what Democrats and Republicans want to hear from the president in his address, which issues both parties are aligned on, and which issues are causing rifts. You're streaming CBS News.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Some Republicans are now accusing companies like Twitter and Facebook of targeting conservatives.
They've had unchecked power to censor.
I do not have access to my main Facebook account.
I wasn't given an explanation. I was just like, what did I do?
It's not okay to shut down my voice simply because it's not the same as yours.
How those rules are enforced is something that the rest of us know very, very little about.
The First Amendment protects all of us from the government limiting our speech. The companies have the ability to decide what speech they will allow. They're not the government.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Welcome back to CBS News. Here's a look at our top stories today. President Biden is set to deliver his first State of the Union address later this evening on Capitol Hill. His speech is expected to touch on the economy, inflation, the pandemic, and the war in Ukraine. Russian forces are continuing their slow push toward Kiev. Satellite images show a 40-mile-long convoy heading toward the Ukrainian capital. Russia also took out the city's main TV broadcast tower. More than 600,000 Ukrainians have fled their country since fighting broke out with Russia. That's according to the United Nations Refugee Agency. About half of those who left are now in Poland. Hungary, Moldova, Slovakia, and Romania have also accepted tens of thousands of refugees. President Biden will deliver a highly anticipated State of the Union address tonight. Mr. Biden's speech comes as inflation soars here in the U.S. and fighting intensifies between Ukraine and Russia. White House officials confirm both topics will be discussed, in addition to the president's handling of the coronavirus pandemic and his future plans to unify Democrats and Republicans. For more on this, I want to bring in Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist, and Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Thank you both so much for joining us tonight on this big night. Antoine and Leslie, what do you think that President Biden should be focusing on tonight? Of course, he inherited so many issues, and there's the backdrop of a war. Leslie, you first.
Well, interesting. You could argue that the president inherited it. I think Republicans are going to come out and say that these are very much actions of his own doing. The biggest question coming out of the end of the night is, are people going to have more confidence in the president's ability after this? That is a big sign of the president's weakness. He's seen as weak not only on a global stage, but he's been seen weak on inflation, weak on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, weak on nearly every significant policy that he's moved forward, and certainly weak on the bipartisan nature of bringing Congress together, Republicans and Democrats, to move a positive agenda forward. People will see that he was weak in executing that as well. That's the biggest dilemma here, Weija, is this confidence question. The positive side of that is the president has an opportunity to reset and frame this, because there is a moment of a moment right now when everyone has come together with respect to the global affair, with respect to the war in the Ukraine, and they have an opportunity. But for Republicans, they're going to see: is there a more hawkish stand? Is there a political pursuit of a strategy for victory with respect to how we address Russia and Vladimir Putin? And where does energy independence and energy security fall into that? Those are going to be particular things they'll be listening for tonight.
Antoine?
So let's talk about tonight, because it is a big night. You know, as we transition from Black History Month to Women's History Month, the backdrop tonight, or the background color of tonight, you'll have two of arguably the most powerful women to ever step foot in American politics standing right beside the president tonight as he addressed the nation and his colleagues both in the House and the Senate. I think this speech tonight, based on my conversations with several of his top lieutenants, will be anchored in a few things. One, of course, what's going on abroad, and things at home. National security will be a big focus, as well as the economic conditions at home. You will not see this president run away from the crisis we face both abroad and at home. You will see him lean in on things that matter to the American people: pocketbook issues, bread and butter issues, like inflation, like jobs. He will be able to talk about his record and what he was able to accomplish legislative-wise in his first couple years of his term of the presidency. But you're also also see this president talk about the future and what's to come and where we need to lean our focus. Make no mistake, while we've had record economic growth and while we've had jobs that have been created at ways that not many people expected because of what this president inherited, there are still people hurting. And I don't think you'll see this president run away from that. And then, most importantly, I think you'll see this president lean in on things that are to come legislative-wise, like dealing with climate change, like lowering the cost of price and goods, and dealing with supply chain issues that exist in this country.
And sure, the president's going to lay out the future, but so many people are just trying to get by right now. And Leslie, as we mentioned, that's reflected in a new CBS News poll out today. It shows that Biden's current approval rating sits at 44%, a number that the White House certainly probably wishes was higher, even though they say they don't pay attention to any polls. Does this put the president on the defense tonight? How do you think it's going to impact the way his speech is received?
There's a tremendous amount of energy that needs to be put into this to reframe where the president is in terms of looking like he is a strong leader. So for a moment, you have Republicans and Democrats standing together to support the president, for the U.S. to have a moment of solidarity as we look to lead on the national stage. This is a moment for the president to reshift and reframe how he's seen, to talk about his accomplishments, certainly, but talk about what he wants to do moving forward. You have so many wondering if there is a political strategy with respect to this, in the United States. What is that strategy? And do not forget that the men and women, the sons and daughters, are at the point at the end of that spear in terms of having to execute the president's strategy, our men and women, particularly in uniform. So you have families across this country very much feeling compassion and empathy for what is happening around the world and wondering, can this escalate? Can this put us in a situation where we are ending 77 years of peace, of world peace? These are really big issues and opportunities for the president to look stronger. They want to see that type of leadership. And certainly the economic issue dealing with the pandemic, tremendous frustration that the president has not led in a way they feel is effective. And I've talked about some of those failures. But this, again, is an opportunity to change that. And we're going to see kind of how he comes out at the end of the night.
And Antoine, on that note about the issues that he faces here at home, as you've already laid out a little bit, the president has faced several challenges in office, from the pandemic to the economy to issues with getting his legislative agenda passed in Congress. How can he use this opportunity tonight to reintroduce his domestic agenda and tell Americans how he plans to get it done?
Well, I think first and foremost, the president must remind the American people what he's done for them. Because every single thing this president has accomplished has benefited every aspect of America, and not just interstate America. But when you get off the interstate and you go down dirt roads in America, where majority of Americans are feeling the pain of this pandemic, this president has implemented policies, and his legislative agenda has helped change the narrative and the dynamic. So I think he must remind the American people from where we have come. I think, secondly, this president must lay out his policies and positions as we move forward to really build on what we have done. Yes, everything has not gone the way he wanted to. Yes, every piece of legislation he wants to pass has not passed or gotten to his desk. However, there are things that the American people want, that they approve of him, and although his poll numbers may not be above 50%, where every strategist may want their person to be, however, every single policy item that he's advocated for, even stopped by Republicans and some Democrats in cases, they do poll above 50%, Democrats and Republicans. And I think the president must lean in on those items and remind the American people how high the stakes are going forward.
And typically those items would be front and center. It's pretty stunning that foreign policy is actually going to be on center stage. Leslie, our CBS News poll found that 83% of Republicans disapprove of the president's handling of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And he is expected, as you mentioned, to address his response to the situation tonight. What kind of response are Republicans looking for here?
Republicans are going to say that the president promised to keep Putin in check and he did not do that. They're going to say that the U.S. has had a policy of whether it be appeasement, trying to reset policies with Russia, or just underestimating this person as a foe. I think of the late John McCain and how consistently he talked about the ongoing threat with Putin. And here we are seeing the ramifications of that. And I think what on a global level, Alicia, that's what's so stark, is to see a Western-style democracy really under attack, and the whole world is watching to see where is the U.S. leadership. What are we going to do about energy independence, especially as the policies of the Biden administration have staggered the ability to have that in the United States? And what is he going to do in terms of the stark response? He's going to laud some of the things they've done in terms of sanctions just immediately in the last week. But what are the next steps? How do we position the United States as a leader in this and this conflict? And what does it mean, certainly to the men and women in uniform here today? Those are what I think voters, regardless of your political stripes, are really going to be listening for. And that is, again, a stark contrast from what you saw with Trump. And I'm not arguing about his particular policy here, but people will say that the distinct difference of his perceived weakness on a global stage is the reason that we are in this situation today. And again, he's going to have to come across extremely strong and thorough and clear in terms of what his strategy is moving forward.
Especially for a president who has talked so much about his foreign policy experience. Of course, he's also talked about his vow to unite the country. And Antoine, tonight President Biden will also highlight his plans for the next year, including a new so-called unity agenda. So what can you tell us about that?
You know, President Biden catches hell from a lot of people, including those of us in his own party, because he wants to bring this country together. He believes that legislation should not be about us versus them or Democrats versus Republicans. It should be about getting us closer to that more perfect union that we all talk so loudly about. And I think this president is going to do everything he can to do that from a legislative standpoint. Candidate Joe Biden talked about battling for the soul of this nation. He did not talk about a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. He talked about a battle for the soul of this nation. And so everything he's done has been reflective of him trying to bring Democrats and Republicans together to really speak to the needs and desires of the American people. That's why you saw the bipartisan infrastructure bill pass and how it's going to benefit the American people. And although 0 Republicans voted for the American Rescue Act, you see many of them who are going around the country talking about the benefits of it. Why? Because reflectively, every single American in this country has benefited from the policy agenda of this president. And I think you'll see him build on that tonight, a unifying message with a policy agenda that speaks directly to the hearts and minds and the needs of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, those who support him, and even those who do not.
All right, Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The nation's economy is expected to be one of the key issues during President Biden's State of the Union address. The speech comes at a pivotal moment for the president. According to a new CBS News poll, 62% of Americans disapprove of his handling of the economy. The president plans to focus on efforts to lower costs for American families in his address. For more, I want to bring in Mick Mulvaney. He is the former director of the U.S. Office of Management and Budget and, of course, the former acting White House chief of staff under President Trump. Mick, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you again.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Sure. So more than half of the people in our CBS News poll say they are concerned about their ability to pay for basic things like gas and groceries. This is not new. It's been, on the forefront of people's minds for months now. President Biden has talked about it many times in the past. What can he say tonight to offer reassurance? Something different?
Yeah, it's a really good question because he's got a battle that he's got a balancing act that he has to do tonight. He has to be able to tell people that he's done a decent job, that he's had some accomplishments, and that they were right to elect him in the first place. And at the same time, he has to be able to do that while still recognizing that people are suffering and not doing as well as they want. That's a very difficult balancing act for any politician to do. If he focuses on a couple of things that he could do to help the economy, maybe deregulate a little bit. We could talk about energy policy a little bit. I think there's some ground for maybe some bipartisanship there, especially in light of what's happening in the Ukraine. But he's going to be walking a very narrow tightrope, especially if he does want to come across tonight as a national leader and not just a leader of his party. Keep in mind, any president looks at tonight as the biggest night of the year. It's taken them at least 4 and probably 6 weeks to write this speech. And they're changing it probably as recently as right now because of what's happening in the Ukraine. So it's absolutely critical. And if he decides he wants to be the national leader, now is the time to do it. Be curious to see what he does an hour from now.
Well, the country is also seeing a 40-year high in inflation. Is there anything more that the Biden administration could be doing to bring it down that it hasn't already?
Yeah, yes and no. Here's the issue. Inflation, loosely defined, is too much money chasing too few goods. And on the money side, the government has kicked in almost $6 trillion since COVID. Much of it has been necessary in order to avoid a recession or a depression. I get that, but they've thrown all of this money into the economy, so there's more money. At the same time, there's fewer goods. Not only because of COVID, which is certainly real, not only because of Ukraine, which is certainly real, and the sanctions are going to have a major impact, but also because some of the policies that the Biden administration has put in place, again, most specifically on energy. So I think if he only addresses one side of the equation tonight and says, look, I'm going to help you folks by having the government give you more money, there's going to be a backlash because enough people will figure out that's actually making inflation worse. He needs to focus tonight as well on both sides, not only getting more money out to people's pockets, but also getting more goods and services out in the economy. Again, a tough balancing act. Inflation is a very difficult issue for any politician to deal with.
And I know November always seems so far away from tonight, but this really is a chance for him to start setting the table for what he's going to say to try to help those Democrats who have tough fights. How do you think the current state of the economy may impact those midterm elections later this year?
It depends. Obviously, we are several months away from the election, but in many ways, we're not. In many ways, this is going to be his last chance to talk directly to swing voters. It's just getting harder and harder to reach those folks. I expect the viewing audience tonight, both on TV and online, to be historic in large part because of Ukraine. So he has a chance now to speak to those independent voters. If he's going to start changing the direction that it looks like his party is heading into November, tonight is the night to not only start that, but take several steps along the way. Again, going to be difficult for him to do. This is the type of opportunity that every president wants. But if they don't do a good job, it's very, very difficult to fix that damage between now and the midterms.
I'm so glad that you brought up Ukraine, because I know that you have been talking about this in other venues, and it's something that the president has to tackle head on tonight. A majority of Americans are concerned about the Russian invasion and how it could impact their own wallets. I mean, President Biden himself has warned that this will be costly. And he says that the current sanctions were designed to hit the Russian economy, not the U.S. economy. But again, he has warned Americans this will come at a price. So what kind of cost can people expect? How can he walk that fine line? And do you think the current sanctions are enough to stop Putin?
The last question is no, it's probably not. Keep in mind, as of this morning, I haven't looked here late in the afternoon, as of this morning, Russia's largest bank had not been sanctioned yet. The bank associated with Gazprom had not been sanctioned. So there's many, many more things that he could do. But yeah, listen, I helped write 4 of these things. And if I was sitting in the White House right now, if I'm Ron Klain, who's now the chief of staff, I'm looking around for opportunities to tie the two things together. How do I get my domestic situation righted, and I get Ukraine moving in the right direction as well? And it strikes me, and I think it came up in your earlier discussion with those previous 2 guests, energy policy could be a sweet spot tonight. If he comes out tonight and says something along the lines of, look, I'm as green as anybody, and I believe in climate change and sustainable energy and all those types of things, but it's really hampering our efforts and hurting our friends overseas right now who are still tied to Russia. I'm going to do some things for the next 30, 60, 90 days, maybe 6 months, to increase domestic production so that we can help our European friends, kneecap the Russians a little bit. He might get overwhelming bipartisan support tonight on the floor. Yes, the left wing of his party would object to that, but the centrist Democrats and maybe even some liberal Democrats would approve of that because of the foreign policy implications. If he gets an opportunity to get a bipartisan bipartisan standing ovation tonight on something like energy policy that speaks both domestically and overseas, that is a win for Joe Biden. I'd be curious to see if he goes there.
Me too. We will be listening. Thank you so much, Mick. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break. A reminder, we have a new look and new programming. Find all of the best CBS News has to offer all in one place, the CBS News app. You can access CBS News national and local streams on every platform, wherever you are. And while you're at it, check out Paramount Plus. We've got a mountain of content for you to stream there as well, including your favorite shows, movies, and sports.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
When folks on the right talk about socialism, it's a boogeyman.
Socialists are always going to promise you free tuition, free healthcare, free everything, but they will never promise you freedom.
I think of socialism as government control.
Wealth is too concentrated at the top right now.
Providing for people the things that they need is actually the world that we were supposed to live in.
Socialism didn't work in Cuba, North Korea, the Soviet Union.
Capitalism is a bedrock of the American dream.
My daughter's one of 40,000 people a year dying from lack of health care in this country. What kind of country am I living in that we're okay with this?
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
U.S. charities and groups are pooling together to send aid to Ukrainian people in need. Jonathan Vigliotti reports.
We've seen families fleeing war-torn Ukraine with only a suitcase, if they're lucky, saying goodbye to the only home they've ever known. We've also been inspired by the outpouring of support that has greeted these refugees. Today, volunteers packed boxes with food and sanitary kits at this warehouse in Miami. The supplies will be flown to Poland and handed to refugees as soon as they cross the border. Michael Capone is the founder of Global Empowerment Mission, which has helped deliver aid to earthquake-rocked Haiti and hurricane-hit Florida. His plan includes shipping $350,000 in medical supplies and equipment to those still inside Ukraine.
There's no food on the shelves. There's no medicine. Supplying a country with food and resources, it's a big undertaking.
Capone's group is also helping to temporarily relocate families. His hope, like so many, is that this war ends soon and permanent housing isn't needed. But for now, with so much uncertain, the generosity of strangers unfolding in warehouses and on front lines is appreciated more than ever before. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News.
Coming up, it's a CBS News special report. President Biden is set to speak in a little more than an hour. He faces a war in Ukraine, while at home, inflation, the pandemic, and the process of confirming his pick to the Supreme Court. Nora O'Donnell and our team of network correspondents bring us the latest from here in the nation's capital. That's next. You're streaming CBS News.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place, and you're getting kicked out.
Yes. An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The COVID economic shutdown hit Las Vegas harder than any other major city in the nation.
It's decimated the entertainment community.
So even though it looks fairly busy, this is really just a fraction of what business was like prior to COVID.
Last week, there was another large hotel chain that 18,000 were let go.
I haven't seen any jobs that are even close to what I was making.
We're trying to keep things as normal for our kids. I have a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And I see every day people losing their homes, having to leave Las Vegas.
If I have to start over somewhere else, I have to start over.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
When these Holocaust survivors are gone, who will warn us to never forget? When some people don't know. Undeniable. The truth to remember.
This is a CBS News special report. President Biden's State of the Union address and the Republican response.
Good evening. I'm Norah O'Donnell in the nation's capital. And tonight, President Biden delivers his first State of the Union address. He's set to speak in just an hour from now after an extraordinary last 10 days at home and abroad. War in Europe, record inflation at home, a new phase in the pandemic, and a historic nomination for the Supreme Court. The House chamber will be full tonight. That's a good sign. And also, it'll look different, masks optional. But security fences again ring the Capitol, a reminder of these divided times. Tonight, the president has his work cut out for him. The escalating war in Ukraine has created a refugee crisis in Europe. We're talking about nearly 700,000 people in less than a week have fled the country as Russia continues its unrelenting assault. The president rallied world leaders and imposed a series of punishing sanctions on Russia and President Vladimir Putin personally. And here at home, President Biden's approval rating is at 44%. That's down 18 points from a year ago, driven in part by rising inflation that has hit a 4-decade high and is putting the squeeze on American wallets. But there is a bright spot for President Biden, the nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court, making her the first black woman nominated to the nation's highest court. Well, we have my favorite team, the best team of reporters. We're all reunited again to talk about the president's address. Good to have everybody here. I'm joined by CBS Morning's co-anchor Gayle King, chief political analyst John Dickerson, Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan, and our chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, as well as all our reporters who we'll get to as well.
Are we your favorite team because we're all sitting here looking at your face? This is a very big night. I'm really excited to be here. I just got here about a couple of hours ago, and it's such a big night that I feel a little nervous as we're waiting to hear the speech.
Yeah, and I know you've been looking at some of the new CBS poll numbers that have been out. The president has a lot of challenges.
He has a lot of challenges, and the numbers are not good. And I think if you talk to anybody, I saw someone in the Biden administration saying, the poll numbers are not what counts right now. Normally, people say that when the numbers are not good, and these numbers are not good. 41% approval rating on Russia and Ukraine, and that's the highest number. Crime is 39%. The economy, 38%. immigration 37, and inflation. I thought inflation would actually be a little bit lower than that because everybody I know says you go to the store and you can't get something as simple as peanut butter. You can't get something as simple as, well, toilet paper's still okay, but you can't get peanut butter. You can't get the basics of life.
Yeah.
People are upset.
And the cost of gas rising. And I know, Nancy, you've been at the White House doing lots of reportings and breaking some news just a short time ago.
That's right. CBS News has learned that in his State of the Union address tonight, President Biden is going to announce that the U.S. will be restricting its airspace to Russian planes. This is something that had been debated for several days at the White House. It wasn't a slam dunk because the U.S. actually has more cargo jets that traverse Russian airspace on a daily basis than the other way around, and it's assumed that Russia will take a reciprocal step and close its airspace to the U.S. But officials say they wanted to show solidarity with European allies who actually took a similar step several days ago.
Margaret, we have seen the number of explosions increase in Ukraine, targeting 2 cities on day 6 of this, Kharkiv and Kiev, targeting what is believed to be civilian targets, which is why the question of war crimes has been raised. What have you learned today in your reporting? I read a lot of your notes, and there's a lot there.
There's a lot. It's really, it's overwhelming in many ways. But what we know in terms of what's happening on the ground is the United States does not have a military presence, but they are monitoring closely what is happening. One of the things that the United States has done, the Biden administration signaled the farthest it's willing to go is to provide some do-it-yourself military defense systems to take out Russian helicopters, Stinger missiles. So that is greenlit. Those are in transit. Those will be going to the Ukrainian military to defend themselves against this really unrelenting assault. But beyond that, it is about sanctions. It is about diplomatic pressure. And what we know is that the Ukrainian government is begging for more. But the president is concerned about drawing the United States into direct conflict with a nuclear power that has 4,500 nuclear warheads, the biggest arsenal in the world.
President Zelensky was in a bunker today talking to President Biden, begging for help.
Yeah, has all those nuclear weapons and a highly unpredictable leader of the country.
Exactly. And no one in the United States Congress or in the White House and the Pentagon is willing to do something like a no-fly zone. Closing that airspace would save lives, but that is not something that the United States or any NATO partner would do. They would also not agree to do something like bomb that miles-long convoy of military equipment moving in. So this is really a bind, and it's something that the president is really going to address the country, saying this is the biggest foreign policy crisis of his presidency to date. And this conflict 5,000 miles away is impacting Americans right here at home. And he's going to explain that, also try to ease off and ease some minds on the economy, like you just said, because it is gas prices and energy prices that are spiking.
I'm fascinated by that convoy, though, Margaret, because we see it going. We see where it's going. And as I'm watching it, and I have no military training, but I don't understand why someone doesn't blow up the road before it gets to where it's going. John, do you know the answer? You know, I'll go to you for all answers, John.
I'm glad you do, but I'd be out of my lane if I was talking about convoys.
I understand. I've been watching. I was actually asking people at the airport this today, and they said, we were wondering the same thing. You know where it's going. It's moving very slowly. I don't know why no one is blowing up the road where it's heading. It's just frightening to watch it in real time, knowing what it's planning to do.
Well, the president tonight is going to have to confront these 2 things which he has almost no control over, right? The war in Ukraine and inflation.
Exactly. You know, the State of the Union, there's a lot of plans and promises that come up, but it turns out the presidency is all about surprises. And this one is in that tradition. When Biden speaks tonight, he'll be carrying on Woodrow Wilson's tradition. In 1913, he spoke for the first time to Congress, and he said, we are in an age of settled peace. 6 months later, he had the First World War. In 1980, Jimmy Carter was talking about an invasion by the Russians in Afghanistan that had just happened. George Bush in 2002 in his State of the Union, consumed with terrorism, a topic that hadn't even come up in the 2000 election. So Ukraine is a distraction from the job, but you know what? The job is managing distractions.
And we know that from our resident presidential historian, John Dickerson.
Yes, John, I've read your presidential books, and what I glean from that is being president is hard. It's a very hard job.
But But you know, and in foreign policy, Margaret knows this so well, because it's a job of surprises, you have to do all these things beforehand. You have to have a team in place. You have to think about the future, because when the future arrives, you better be ready for it. And this is a test of whether the Biden administration's ready for it.
Well, President Biden will say, I am ready, because there's no other president who has had much foreign policy experience as I have, as someone who was in the Senate for almost 4 decades, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as vice president for years, all of the arguments we heard on the campaign trail. I want to bring in our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed Keefe. He's at the White House. And Ed, I know you've seen parts of the president's speech. Tell us what he's going to say.
Well, good to see you guys. To John's point about history, the president's going to nod to history when talking about the war in Ukraine, saying that throughout history we've learned this lesson that when dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the costs and threats to America and the world keep rising. He's going to argue that diplomacy has worked in the last several weeks to unite much of the Western world against the Russian president. He'll say Putin's war was premeditated and unprovoked. He rejected efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond, and he thought he would divide us here at home. Putin was wrong. We were ready. Another big topic of inflation. The president is going to argue that, from Democrats at least, they're providing a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I have a plan, the president will say, to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Economists, he'll say later, call it increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America. Tonight, 3 big points probably: Ukraine, your bottom line, and unity. You're going to hear a lot of talk about bipartisan issues that could get support, could become legislation he can pass in the months leading up to an election. Nora.
Ed O'Keefe, stay with us. Want to bring in Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. He is on Capitol Hill. And I know, Bob, you've been talking to your sources. What are you hearing about what went into the president's thinking as he plans to make this big address tonight?
Nora, a lot has changed because of what's happening in Ukraine, but talking to a few people close to President Biden, they mentioned the term the full Biden. They said it's going to be a new moment for him to be able to walk into the House of Representatives, shake hands, put his hands on different people's shoulders, be the Biden we didn't really get to see at the end of the 2020 campaign, to show the American people that he's fully engaged and he's got a human side. It's that human side I kept hearing from people close to this speech, to show that he has empathy, he understands people's frustrations 2 years into the pandemic. And then he wants to pivot and make the case. Hey, I feel your frustration, he's going to say, but here's what I've done about it to address it.
All right, Robert, stay with us. Someone who is no stranger to big nights like tonight is Republican Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa. She gave the Republican response to the State of the Union in 2015, and Senator Ernst joins us now. Senator, good to see you. Oh, she's just getting set up. My apologies. Well,
That's
we're going to talk
about live TV.
Yeah, it is. It is the beauty of live TV.
Lots of surprises.
She's getting mic'd up. She'll be here.
And Nora, you know, something interesting about what Bob Costa was just saying, you know, about this is really within President Biden's wheelhouse. He's so comfortable talking about foreign policy, and I'm told by his aides that he spent the last couple days writing, rewriting this speech, especially the first 10 minutes that are all about Ukraine. He wanted to make sure that he got the tone just right, talking not just about this specific conflict, but about the wider burden, this big fight between democracy and autocracy. And as John knows better than anyone, one of the big opportunities for presidents in a moment like this, when it comes to a big foreign policy issue abroad, is that it often is a way for them to rally the public behind them, and that's an opportunity he has tonight.
That's right. Everybody's sitting up and listening to this speech, as opposed to sometimes with the State of the Union, they kind of just wash over you. And he's speaking not just to the American public, but he's speaking on behalf of an idea about the West and its opposition to autocrats and support of freedom that used to be the role for American presidents. That's up in the air, and a lot of countries have looked to America and wondered where things stand. He has a chance to reassert that and also align himself with the kind of best of the American songbook, which as a political matter, when presidents do that, it does tend to rally people.
Well, President Biden tried to make the case when he came into office. America is backed. Right. My job is to repair these shattered alliances like NATO. And he believes that he's put in the work over the past year that's now bearing fruit.
That's right. And you'll hear the president say that he reunited the West. In many ways, to be fair, Vladimir Putin reunited the West by terrifying Europe when they saw European capital get bombed. But Nora, I want to come back to one of the things you said, which I think think is so important, which is one of the things the president has little control over in many ways, is the economy. One of the things more powerful than the American president is the Federal Reserve, and they are going to be meeting and making decision on interest rates in the next few weeks. And what happens next could determine whether this economy that's in recovery is on the brink of a possible recession. If they don't nail this, if they don't get this right, and they have so many risks, one of them now geopolitical uncertainty with Ukraine. And it's not just gas prices, it's the overall direction of the economy.
That's this very perilous line that we're living on right now. Let's bring in Senator Joni Ernst. She is on the Armed Services Committee. She also served in the military for 23 years. Senator, good to see you. I can see that you are wearing your yellow and blue in support of Ukraine.
I am. Yes, I am, Nora. Thank you for noticing, and God bless Ukraine.
Tell me, as I know you've been in some of these crucial briefings, I understand that lawmakers have been briefed that this is a war that could last 10 to 20 years.
Well, it could, but we do see that the brunt of the fighting will occur in the most recent weeks. And then, of course, the Ukrainians have had such an admirable effort fighting back the Russian military that we would anticipate the civilians, the militia, as well as any of the organized military members will continue to fight, even if Ukraine should fall and there is a Russian puppet government that is put in Kiev. So it's very important that we keep supplying where we can lethal aid to those Ukrainians to allow them to fight and defend their homeland.
What additional lethal aid are we going to provide the Ukrainians?
Yes, well, we have talked about this a number of times, but continuing on with Stingers and anti-aircraft missiles, anything that we can. Even the ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador last night was asking for just simply more ammunition. There is a lot that we can be stepping up, making sure is distributed throughout Ukraine. But again, that's only one piece of it. We also need to make sure that we have humanitarian supplies that are reaching the people in need in those cities that are encircled by Russians. We need to make sure that we are cutting off Russian energy sources and sanctioning where we can Putin and his cronies. But then we also need to unleash American energy, provide jobs for Americans right here at home. Let's stop being dependent upon Russia and other near-peer adversaries.
President Zelensky has been pleading for a no-fly zone. What would be the dangers of the U.S. and NATO allies enforcing such a no-fly zone?
Yes, this is very dangerous, Nora, and we absolutely do not want to be in direct conflict with the Russians. This could drag us into a much larger war, and we don't want that. What we want to do is enable the Ukrainians to provide their own defense and push back where they can.
I want to look ahead to the Republican response tonight because the governor of your state, Republican Governor Kim Reynolds, will be delivering the response. I know you know her well. What's she going to talk about tonight?
I do, and not only is Kim Reynolds a dear friend, but she is a phenomenal leader of the great state of Iowa, and so she will be sharing with the nation the wonderful successes that we have had in Iowa. So she is a very admirable leader. She is working to cut taxes for Iowans. She has fought just so well for our students and our families as they returned to school during COVID-19. She made sure that we were opening up our Iowa economy and getting Iowans back to work. And because of all of that, her courage, her compassion during COVID-19, Iowa has led the nation. I hope that she's able to share that with as many people as possible. But again, she is a tremendous leader. I'm glad to have her as a friend and as our governor of the great state of Iowa.
Well, Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Nora. Good evening.
Thank you. You just heard from the senator, and lawmakers up there have been getting a number of briefings from our intelligence community as well as our military community. One of the big questions that they've had up there is, what is the mental status or mental health status of Vladimir Putin? Is this a rational actor that we're dealing with? What have we learned?
Well, our own Olivia Gazis has been doing some great reporting on this on the intelligence front, which is that to show that intelligence officials are concerned. They monitor, obviously, very closely and try to figure out what the state of mind is. No one's quite saying he's not rational, but people also say he's quite isolated. And so perhaps, even though I have had officials say the generals did provide him assessments that showed this was not a slam dunk, but that the president of Russia may not be receiving information or taking it in well. I mean, you saw him dressed down as national intelligence director.
I know you were up on Capitol Hill meeting with people today. I was at the White House. Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been on television today saying that Vladimir Putin has cancer and speculating openly about his health.
I asked Speaker Pelosi about that when I was on Capitol Hill today with some other reporters, and she said this is what people were discussing. She pinned that on conversations she had at the Munich Security Conference while speaking to other European leaders. But other Russia watchers like Fiona Hill have also mentioned the puffiness around Vladimir Putin's face as perhaps an indication not of plastic surgery, but perhaps illness. This is speculative at this point, but there is that question of why now, after Vladimir Putin for decades has been talking about how he wants to take Ukraine back. Why would he risk everything in this exact moment? Is it because of COVID-related isolation? Is it because he thinks he's running out of time? Is there something else?
Did they say what kind of cancer? Did Nancy Pelosi say what kind of cancer?
She didn't.
That's a heck of a speculation to me.
Yeah,
it is, isn't it?
So sort of throw that out there.
She's not unbriefed about what that kind of speculation out loud would do.
Because she's one of what's called a special group that gets the Gang of Eight that gets the most up-to-date
briefings,
intelligence.
And it may or may not be true, but it may also have an effect on Vladimir Putin to hear U.S. officials speculating about this out loud. I mean, we're in the realm now of a lot of shaping the public narrative as well.
This is a man with a certain amount of vanity. I mean, he's taken pictures of himself riding horses shirtless. In the past. Part of the challenge with assessing his mental state is that he is so isolated. There just aren't that many people around him who can provide an accurate reading of whether
all
he's
you have
changed.
to do is look at that shot of him at the table where it's this long and it's a gazillion feet down and his team is all the way at the other end. I don't understand the optics of that. That doesn't look like something that, we're a team here.
I want to go to Ukraine because I want to talk about what everyone has been watching so closely. I mean, I can't consume enough information about what's happening on Ukraine. There, of course, is that 40-mile-long convoy. Today, we're learning from government officials that perhaps they don't have enough fuel. They're running out of food. What does that suggest about Russia's strength?
And low morale among those troops. From what we are hearing is that it's embarrassing, quite frankly, to the Russian military, whether it was a logistical failure to plan, whether they overestimated the ability to take the capital city in particular more quickly. I mean, initial estimates pre-invasion were that it would fall, that Kiev would fall within 1 to 2 days. That's not the case, obviously. The estimates that I was told earlier today is that Kiev could be encircled within 1 week, but that it would take another 30 days or so to actually choke it off. Not clear if that would involve street-to-street fighting or whether Vladimir Putin would just try to strangle it.
You also keep hearing the stories of the inexperience of the Russian army, that they're very young, that some of them have had no training, that many of them didn't even know that they were going into war, that they thought that these were training exercises. There's a well-reported story about a soldier that was texting his mother saying, I have no idea what's going on, I'm very afraid, looks like we're going to war. I met a woman, this is so random, guys, I was in Los Angeles last weekend, I met at a food truck, because I like fine dining, and I noticed a woman's accent, and I said, where are you from? And she said, I'm from Ukraine. So of course I went, oh, Ukraine. What are you saying? And she goes, I think you Americans are exaggerating. I talked to her, and she lives in Los Angeles. My mother, I've talked to relatives, we're in school, we're going to the grocery store, we're shopping, everything is fine. Then the invasion started, and I called her. I took her number, and I called her, Oksana, and I said, what are you saying now? And she said, I have to say everything that the American government and the media said is true. We did not believe it. We thought that you all were exaggerating, but everything is true. And I called her today, as a matter of fact, and I said, what are you hearing now? She said, my dentist, who, when I was a little girl growing up, sent me a picture of him standing in front of my childhood home holding a gun, that people now who have no military training are now saying, we are going to defend our country.
And grandmothers with Molotov cocktails.
Making Molotov cocktails. I think that's extraordinary.
And let's bring in Charlie D'Agata, because he has been there doing the difficult reporting from Kiev. And Charlie, I know there has been intense fighting today and a new round of attacks. Bring us up to date.
Yeah, well, what Gail was talking about is a pretty clear assessment of what has been going on here. People here in the Capitol are really hunkering down. The streets have been empty, but there have been a number of attacks. Really, the center of the focus of the Russian military has been in Kharkiv. You may have seen that missile strike that went right into the administration building in Freedom Square. That killed 10 people, but it was really hitting right into the heart of that city. Now here, I heard you discussing the convoy. They're discussing the convoy here too. Yesterday, it was only 17 miles outside the Capitol, we understand. It's a 40-mile convoy. It's got tanks, armored personnel carriers. It's got logistics. What's going to happen? Why has it slowed down? Is it going to disperse? When is the big launch on the Capitol going to take place? There have been strikes here today, a number of strikes earlier this afternoon, including two that took out the TV tower here and knocked off a few channels. But in terms of this all-out assault, everybody is bracing. They're hunkered down. Yesterday they went out and did some shopping, grocery shopping, get some food. Some people are armed. They're out on the streets. They're manning checkpoints. The Ukrainian forces around the perimeter, all waiting for what is to come and waiting for the siege of the Capitol itself.
You know, I kept thinking, Charlie, Vladimir Putin, a former KGB agent, he clearly enjoys the world's attention. I kept thinking that tonight he might try and upstage President Biden by launching an attack and large missile attacks on Kiev, where you are, our other large cities, just to take attention away from President Biden on this big night.
You're thinking that, and we're thinking that too. When better for President Putin, a strategist, to do this and, you know, rain on the parade in the United States? And what I can tell you is there have been sort of sporadic bursts. So on Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night is really, really busy here. A lot of noise, a lot of explosions on the perimeter. Last night, two very close explosions where we are. Now, it's a big city, so when you hear that, you know, Kiev has come under attack, it depends on which part you're talking about. Largely, it's been centered to the north. There's a lot of outgoing fire, too. You know, there are Ukrainian forces here that are firing out. So you can't really gauge the amount of explosions in terms of, well, you know, it's happening now, it's under siege. But yes, Ukrainians know exactly what's going on. State of the Union address, they're waiting, really anticipating what's to come. And they know that Russian forces have the wherewithal, they've got the weapons, they know that there is anti-aircraft defenses that are in place here, but they know they're outmatched. So really, the tension here, especially tonight, and the government has warned that as well. The mayor said, stay inside your homes, hunker down. I mean, it's very early in the morning here. It's 3:30 in the morning, so everybody's doing that anyway. But yes, tonight especially, tensions are running high here because of what's happening in Washington, D.C.
Well, Charlie, thank you, and to the entire team out there for your reporting. Stand by. We'll return to you. Want to bring up the topic of inflation, because we know this is one of the issues that President Biden is dealing with. Inflation at a 40-year high. It's one of the pressures that I think is driving down his approval ratings, and one he's going to try and tackle in some regard tonight. Let's bring in Jill Schlesinger. She is our CBS News business analyst. And Jill, is there anything the president can do to help Americans?
Well, I think that he can lay out where the economy stands. He can say that after the COVID recession, which was so deep, that the economy is largely recovered and that the labor market remains strong. Now, the thing that's really critical is he's going to mention that wages are up as a result of that strength of the labor market. And what we all know is that wages have to go up beyond the pace of inflation. And right now, that's not happening. And I think that every American knows who's out in the economy that pretty much everything costs more. So you might feel crazy saying, I got a raise, but I still feel poorer. But the Labor Department tells us that wages, when adjusted for inflation, actually show that many Americans are falling behind by 2.4% as of January. Now, that's kind of weird because you can look back to April of 2020 when unemployment was really high. And although we had very, very scary times, we saw wages were okay, stimulus checks were coming, and inflation was low. So many people felt richer. So I think overall the president has to cast this as the reality. We're doing better, but this inflation problem, it's not going away anytime soon.
Jill Schlesinger, thank you so much. And Nancy, yet we heard from the White House today, the president reaching an agreement with Western allies to release oil reserves to try and help with the pain at the pump.
Right. The problem is that while 60 million barrels sounds like a lot, that is worldwide consumption in one day. And so the oil markets didn't get too jazzed about that. The cost of crude oil still jumped by 9% a barrel in a single day. And there are clearly worldwide fears about, what's going to happen if Russia, this huge oil and gas producer, sees its production or its exports constricted or constrained in any way, particularly for Europe, which relies so heavily on Russian oil and gas.
Well, and the president can try and put things in context. And it is in some ways an extraordinary economic recovery after 2 years of the pandemic. But the problem is that context isn't at the grocery store when people are shopping or at the pump when they're going to be, as a political matter, when they're going to be running into these high prices. And so all the context in the world can only do so much in a speech like this because people are going to feel it in their lives. And the political scientists will tell you when they feel it in their day-to-day, context goes out the window.
Recovery don't mean nothing when you go to the pump and you're paying over $5 for a gallon of gas.
Yeah, and I keep thinking when I talk to Ron Klain, every time I'd say, what's the biggest thing? He said, COVID. Yes. And now finally with masks off, kids in school, now it's like inflation is really, this anchor that is really dragging him down.
And there's a what have you done for me lately, which is one of the unfortunate things about being president, but you don't get credit for the fact that the unemployment numbers are so very low and the GDP is really high and CEOs are as confident as they've been in 12 years.
Well, Gail brought it up, what real voters are talking about, what interests them. When we come back, we'll hear from them about what they'd like to hear from the president.
Original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Society is deeply uncomfortable with a woman holding power.
For women, corporate America has been an uphill battle.
You're emotional, you're harsh, you're cold.
And it still is.
That's when I realized womanness was at a disadvantage for me.
Women of color sit at the painful intersection of race and gender discrimination.
You put in the work, and you're ultimately not the one who gets credit for it.
Many professional women had to make a decision between employment and caregiving.
Gender discrimination is the one thing that has transcended time and race and religion. It is literally written into the Bible.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
Well, we sat down with a group of real-life voters, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. We wanted to find out what they hope to hear from the president tonight. They are 67-year-old Democrat Irma Cooper, 40-year-old Libertarian Seth Duplantis, 72-year-old Democrat Rosemary Rocco, and 23-year-old Independent, that's Mateo Gomez. Welcome, Irma. Welcome, Seth. Welcome, Mateo, and welcome, Rosemary. Of course, we're here. We want to talk about the President's State of the Union address. Irma, I'm going to have you start us off. What do you hope the president will address?
I'm hoping the president will address what is going on in Ukraine. I think it's very important. And most important, I want him to address the voting rights bill.
Mateo, what are you hoping to hear from the president in his State of the Union?
Well, to a certain point, student loans have been addressed. But, you know, with inflation, with all of this that's going on, I graduate with my master's in 3 months, and the job market is not there. People are hiring, but, you know, starting off at $15 an hour with a master's degree and 2 bachelor degrees, that's not what people hope for.
Rosemary, what do you want to hear from him?
Voting rights, but I'm hoping he will put everything under an umbrella about climate change, because I think that drives all else. Voting rights, equality, all of those are important issues to me that I've worked on all my life.
Is the COVID pandemic on anyone's mind? The COVID pandemic, vaccines, mask, to mask or not to mask. Are any of you interested in hearing him address anything related to COVID tonight?
I think that he needs to address that we may have to do all those things again. And right now we can take advantage of hospitalizations, deaths being down, no matter where cases are, and how important personal responsibility is in dealing with this, and always has been, but we got sidetracked into polarization.
Irma, what's your biggest concern about the economy?
Well, basically, the unemployment has gone down, but not for African Americans. That's a real issue for me and my community, because there's no way we can build generational wealth if we don't have decent jobs that are paying a living salary.
You know, a month ago, Ukraine and Russia wasn't even part of the conversation in American households. As we sit here today, we're in the middle of a very serious situation. Seth, what would you like to hear the president say about Ukraine?
We've heard of economic sanctions. I think lots of folks would like to see those happen as quickly as possible. That boots on the ground shouldn't be an option at this point, with the two countries controlling 90% of the world's nuclear warheads. That frightens me on how this could escalate.
You know, as a 30-year veteran who have served in Iraq, I'm very concerned about the situation. I think it's very important for the president to be honest and straightforward with the people in terms of what is going on, what our position is. I love this country, and most of my military friends and I have been discussing this issue. We are all ready to go back into service and do what is needed to be done. I don't think it's time to put boots on the ground at this moment. Putin is just so unpredictable, but I cannot imagine this country ever bowing down to him.
Do you think President Biden has done a good job so far, Seth?
I think there are lots of question marks on that. I think would like to hear from him more. It feels like we're getting a bit of a scripted view from the president at this point, and I think we'd just like to see more transparency.
You know, he pledged transparency when he took office. You don't think that he has delivered on that?
He's fallen short of the marks.
All right. As you listen to the president when it's over, what will be the definition of that was a very good State of the Union speech? He answered everything I wanted to hear.
Well, Ms. King, you and I both, and everyone here, we know this will be something political. We know that the Republicans will be sitting down, and we know that the Democrats will be standing up and clapping the whole entire time. So at the end of the day, I want to see something of hope, something of unity one way or another, especially for us immigrants that came here. I was born in Colombia, so I came here for a reason, for a mission, to speak out, to just be a better generation, help my parents out.
four strangers from 4 different parts of the country. But the thing that struck me about all of them said they hope that this speech will not be about politics. I said, well, I think that ship has sailed. It's definitely going to be about politics. I like the observation that Mateo made, that, all the Democrats will be applauding, all the Republicans will be sitting down, and they just want to figure out a way that we can all come together.
Well, Mateo will be glad to hear that White House officials say this is not going to be a hit list on Republicans tonight, that they didn't feel that the time was right for them.
We're looking at live pictures right now of the presidential motorcade. I'm told it's going down Constitution Avenue as the president makes his way to Capitol Hill. We are joined now by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He is with us now from Brooklyn. Mayor, good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. We know
Thank you.
Nice to see you. President Biden is going to address crime tonight. I know that he's visited with you. What do you know about what the president's going to say, and what do you need to help lower the crime rate in New York City?
It's so important, and I think Mateo's comment really resonated with me. We are a country of those who have come to the country to seek a quality way of life, and public safety, I say it over and over again, public safety and justice is a prerequisite to prosperity. We have to stop the flow of guns into the inner cities, go after those illegal dealers, and really do information sharing with the federal, state, and city entities, public safety entities, and that's what we're doing in New York, and that's what the president committed to when he was here in New York City with me.
Well, Mayor, we should note that just as we're watching some of the senators go into the chamber now, I am also joined by some of your constituents here. You already heard from Gayle King, John Dickerson here as well. John?
Mayor Adams, John Dickerson, I want to ask you about, with tensions increasing in Ukraine, New York City has been the target of terrorist attacks and is a special city in the country. Have you taken any measures or been advised to take any measures with increased threats and possibility of threats of physical terrorism or cyber attacks?
And that is so important that you raise that question because, what plays out on the global stage plays out in the streets of New York. We have one of the largest Ukrainian populations here in the city, but we also have one of the largest Russian-speaking population. And so there's a duality to how we're addressing this. Number one, we put in place our joint cybersecurity command center where we're going to work together with the governor here, but we're also communicating with our Ukrainian citizens and our Russian-speaking citizens because we don't want people to point towards the Russian community to believe that this is them. No, this is Putin. Putin's attacks, his disdain on humanity should not be attached to the people that are here seeking a quality way of life, like I always say.
Mayor, your position on crime and bringing down crime was one of the big selling points for a lot of voters. You're a former police officer. You know how the job is done. But it seems that the more you talk about crime, the worse it seems to get in our beloved city. Are you feeling frustrated by how it's going? It's a front page every day about something that's very heinous, something that's out of control. And I think people are worried and, dare I say, a little scared.
Well, and I've been here before. Remember, my policing career was in 1984. We were dealing with the crack wars. We were dealing with a lot of gun violence, and there was just a lot of uncertainty on our transit system and in the streets. We recovered then, and we're going to recover now. But we do need help from our state lawmakers, our prosecutors, and from our federal government. We want them to understand how crucial it is to get crime under control.
Well, Mayor, thank you.
Drink some water, Mr. Mayor. You're still needed on the job.
Adams, thank you so much, and just want to thank you so much, and just want to point out we just saw, of course, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, as well as the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
And I just want to note, Nora, how amazing it is to see all these lawmakers hobnobbing and shaking hands without masks on. Such a normal scene, and yet at the same time, we haven't seen it in 2 years until very recently. Party, you got fined if you showed up on the House floor without a mask, and there were some lawmakers who were willing to rack up those fines. So, it's so normal and yet so amazing to see them all there together.
It's a little jarring to me, Nancy. I almost think I'm going to need a little re-entry to get back into society.
I agree with you, Kim.
I was in Florida on a story recently, and they said, "Why are you wearing that face diaper?" In New York, somebody actually said, "Why are you wearing? What's wrong with you?" You get a lot of eye rolls. Yeah, that is Florida. Yeah. But I mean, it's almost like I need another course on how to re-enter into society. It's still a little jarring just to see that.
Well, there is testing that was required of those who are on that floor, and in fact, Senator Marco Rubio said he wasn't going to take that test, which is why he will not be attending
Let's
tonight.
just point out we're seeing General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking with Senator Leahy, who is retiring. Let's bring in Scott McFarland, our congressional correspondent, who's inside the chamber. And Scott, what's the atmosphere there?
It just feels so different. In past years, there'd be honored guests for the members of Congress who'd line the upper level of the chamber. There are no guests this year, so it's members of Congress spread out on the upper level of the chamber. There are these social distancing rules where they separate members every few feet. All feels kind of moot, though, as you see them gather in the middle aisle all close together. And you're right, there was a mask mandate in this House chamber for months until just a few days ago. And by my sightline, maybe there are a few members wearing masks. Yes, everybody tested and tested negative to get in here, but the transcendent change in mask guidance and mask protocols really is noticeable, Nora.
Thank you, Scott McFarland. And you can see there's almost as much yellow and blue as there is red, white, and blue in the House chamber tonight. As we continue to watch these live pictures, I want to let you know earlier today that I spoke with White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain as President Biden was preparing for tonight's address. Isn't the speech, a State of the Union speech that the president expected to give? How has the war in Ukraine changed the president's message?
Well, I think we've seen this coming for some time, and so we expect it to be part of the State of the Union, but there's no question it's going to play a larger part in the State of the Union than it would otherwise. And I think this will be the first State of the Union in a long time that will begin with foreign policy. It'll begin with the president addressing Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
President Zelensky has said in the past that he wants to join NATO and he wants a no-fly zone. Will we enforce one?
We are not going to put a no-fly zone over Ukraine. That would involve U.S. military planes getting into direct contact with Russian planes.
Well, then how do we stop Vladimir Putin?
Well, again, I think the sanctions, the devastating sanctions we brought to bear on President Putin and the oligarchs around him, punish him for his aggression. And I think we've also reinforced our frontline NATO allies, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, other places, to make it clear that we are going to fight and defend every inch of NATO. We're going to defend every single inch of NATO, but we are not going to send U.S. troops into Ukraine.
I know the president has been concerned about inflation and pain at the pump, and of course, you announcing that there's going to be a release of 60 million barrels from the reserve along with our allies. But is that enough, and is that really going to make a dent in oil prices? The price per barrel was well over $100 today.
Yeah, it certainly will bring the price down over time as this release moves into the marketplace. As you said, we announced today in connection with our allies a massive release from a number of countries' strategic reserves, including our own. That will help bring down the price of oil. We hope this spike also is somewhat temporary. And as people understand the way the sanctions will work, we hope the price will come back down.
Ron, on the economy, there has been record job creation under President Biden, record low unemployment, and yet at the same time, he has low approval ratings, that very high on inflation, the highest in 40 years. What's the goal of tonight's address?
Well, I think the goal of tonight's address on the domestic side is to talk about the progress we've made on the economy and, more importantly, what we're going to do next. The president's going to talk tonight about specific steps he will take to lower the cost of prescription drugs, to lower the cost of child care, to lower the cost of elder care, to bring down costs by promoting competition, to lower the cost of shipping for goods, and to lower the cost of the things we buy in the grocery store. We know that people are still feeling a lot of pain in the economy. They're still living paycheck to paycheck. Wages are up, jobs are up, but prices are too high. You'll hear the president talk tonight about his plan to bring prices down.
Ron Klain, the White House Chief of Staff, thank you.
Thanks for having me, Nora.
And and we continue to look at these live pictures inside the House chamber as we're expecting the president to enter just in about probably 15 minutes from now. A sight we have not seen in several years, all of them hobnobbing, as Nancy pointed out, a signal that the pandemic and the way we're living in the pandemic has changed greatly. Our coverage is of the President's State of the Union will continue here on the CBS News streaming with Major Garrett and Elaine Quijano. Major, Elaine?
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano.
And I'm Major Garrett here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us. In about 20 minutes, President Biden will begin his State of the Union address. And we will, not 20, about 15, actually. We'll bring you that speech live as soon as it begins.
Last year, the president delivered remarks to a joint session of Congress with only about 200 lawmakers present due to COVID-19 restrictions. This year, as you can see, a very different picture. All 535 members of Congress are invited. Masks will be optional after the White House and Congress dropped their mandates.
President Biden originally hoped to use this State of the Union as a political reset after what can only be described as a challenging first year in office. But now, White House officials, as you just heard White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain indicate that a good portion of this speech will now be dedicated to the Biden administration's response in concert with European allies to Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine last week. In addition to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the president will also discuss the pandemic, inflation, climate change, and White House officials say what he will describe as a new approach to mental health care. He will also highlight what he will describe as his administration's economic accomplishments and, not incidentally, the nomination of the first black woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court.
First Lady Jill Biden invited a number of guests to join her and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff in the viewing box. They include Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen, and the president's sister, Valerie Biden Owens.
Joining us now for more on this very important evening is CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, CBS News political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns, CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. We also have CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland joining us by phone from inside the House chamber. So, Ed, what will President Biden try to accomplish with remarks tonight?
Major, he's first going to address the big issue of concern for Americans, one that's emerged in just recent days, of course, the conflict in Ukraine. Much of the first few minutes of this speech expected to focus on the crisis, what the U.S. is doing, and what the U.S. will not do. In excerpts that have already been released, the president's going to call out Vladimir Putin, saying that his war was premeditated and unprovoked. He rejected efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond, and he thought he could divide us here at home. Putin was wrong. We were ready. He will also discuss inflation, and then, as you said, tick through a bunch of domestic asks or priorities, including finding ways to lower costs for Americans, to deal with gun crime in this country by funding, not defunding police departments, some focus on climate change, interesting focus on mental health, all of these part of what's called the unity agenda, or ideas that historically enjoy bipartisan support but have struggled to get out of Congress. He'll say in this election year that Democrats and Republicans should get together and pass some of those things. One little bit of news as the president makes his way to the Capitol. At least one member of his cabinet historically doesn't show up as the so-called designated survivor. The White House tells us tonight that it's Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. She stays away from the speech tonight just in case. This happens every year. And, of course, there wasn't a designated survivor from the cabinet last year because no cabinet members were in attendance. Major.
All right, Ed O'Keefe.
Go ahead.
Ed, thank
Go ahead, take
you.
it, Elaine.
Ed, thanks. I know it's a busy night for you. We appreciate it. All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, let me ask you, what else can you tell us about how President Biden has prepared for tonight?
Well, Elaine, I think if this speech were given a couple of weeks ago, you wouldn't have Ukraine front and center. You would likely have the economy. And given the events over the past week, we know that the president has reframed this speech to focus on Ukraine. And I think that is really interesting coming against the backdrop of our new polling out today that shows that this is the top issue that Americans want to hear about. They want to hear about Ukraine more than they want to hear about the economy and other issues because they are concerned about what the U.S. involvement will be. Remember, the president has pledged that no troops will go to Ukraine to fight. He has sent troops to NATO countries to protect NATO countries, but he has pledged not to send troops in to fight. There is no support for that on Capitol Hill, and we find no support for troops on the ground in Ukraine and our own polling. So that is a new development here. And if it weren't for that, he would be having to address the issue of rising costs here in the U.S. The president wants to tout an economy that looks good on paper, but he does know that Americans are not necessarily feeling it in their pocketbooks. And when you look at our CBS News polling, you see that the president receives very poor grades on the economy, and people think the economy is not headed in the right direction. So that is something that he will address, and that's important because we are in a midterm election year. That's important for Democrats, I should say, because they are in a midterm election year. And talking to Democratic lawmakers up here on Capitol Hill, that's something they want to hear the president address. Rising costs, because that is hurting their constituents, and they want to be able to peel off pieces of this speech tonight to go back home and to be able to sell that as they're campaigning for re-election. And they're also urging the president to get out on the road more, get away from Washington, get out on the road and talk about achievements. A lot of Democrats feel that the president and the party has been bogged down by legislative inaction or infighting over legislative priorities, so they want something that they can be able to go out and tout.
Nicole, unemployment is down, wages are up, but inflation, both in economic terms and in polling terms, is by far the bigger issue, overshadows both of those other accomplishments President Biden will tout tonight. Among Democrats, what do they want to hear the president talk about on the economy, and how nervous are they about the economic conversation in this country as we move closer to the midterms?
Well, I think you'll hear President Biden take this inflation issue head on. He will say tonight that he has a better plan to fight inflation, lower your cost and not your wages. And we do expect to hear a number of proposals from the president, whether it's ideas to tackle the supply chain, to make more things in America, to bring everyday expenses down for Americans. I think what will be interesting is that you will also hear ideas about lowering costs for prescription drugs, lowering cost for child care and health care. But keep in mind, these were some of the same ideas we heard as part of his Build Back Better plan. And it's unclear if we will hear the president tonight say Build Back Better, with one senior administration official telling me that it's not so much about the name of the bill, but about the ideas. Now, as far as what Democrats want to hear, they are echoing a lot of these same themes. And I was talking to one Democratic Senator Stabenow earlier today, who basically told me, look, they realize that, they may have to move on from Build Back Better. To the extent they can salvage some parts of the bill, they will still try to do that. But expect Democrats to really try to move forward with a number of different proposals that the president lays out tonight. We've already seen Senate Democrats, for instance, propose ideas like suspending the gas tax holiday as one way to lower prices at the pump. So we can expect that senators will roll out more ideas in the days and weeks to come. And so I think they will be looking for some of that guidance and some of those legislative ideas from the president this evening.
Scott, before we talk more about the president's domestic agenda, I wonder if you could just take a moment to describe for us where exactly you are, your vantage point for all of this tonight, and explain what it feels like to be where you are tonight.
It feels transcendently different, Elaine. I'm on the upper level next to members of Congress. They have spread people out in this chamber. There are no guests with the members this year, so they've socially distanced the members 2 seats apart throughout the chamber, lower level and upper level. I'd be above to the left where President Biden will be speaking shortly. But as they socially distance folks in this chamber, it's hard to miss near the center where the president will enter. Everybody's kind of mashed together, talking and getting ready to greet the president when he arrives. It is striking to look out at this chamber for the first time in many months and see faces. Very few people wearing masks, in part because everybody had a test for COVID yesterday and everybody had a test negative to get in there. And those tests yielded some positive results. There were about a half dozen members who reported today or announced today that they tested positive and are staying home for the State of the Union. It just feels different in here, and it's hard to mistake it.
Madam Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Let's go ahead and listen in for just a moment here. justices. It looks to me about 5 justices there entered the chamber. Scott, you know, it was also striking to see lawmakers speaking sort of face-to-face in this way as you were describing that feeling of how different it is right now. Are these kinds of conversations and the way that you see these sort of informal kind of conversations, things that we were used to seeing in past years, have these been taking place on Capitol Hill up to now?
Well, it's rare to see the bipartisan conversations out in the open, where cameras can capture them. I'm looking at Mitt Romney speaking with Joe Manchin right now. I'm seeing, though, a pretty traditional partisan divide in the chamber. It's harder to see on TV this year because, again, the upper level is being used, but Republicans to the left of where the president will face, Democrats to the right. I will note, though, and you will see this on TV, it's a sea of blue and yellow in this chamber. Blazers, lapel pins, patches as the First Lady enters the White House and First Lady's box on the upper level. You can see people paying tribute to Ukraine. In a year, we're seeing more yellow and blue than red, white, and blue in the chamber. But the only guests here tonight on the upper level are the White House guests, the First Lady's guests, which will include some people the president will likely call out during his address.
Madam Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
The President's cabinet led into the chamber by the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. And the others behind me escape my point of view, I'm sure. Oh, Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary for sure. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General.
Deb Haaland, the Interior Secretary. Major Garrett, as someone who actually obviously has also a great deal of experience covering State of the Union addresses, I'm struck by how unusual this once ordinary tradition of walking down that aisle and shaking hands really is. It's quite striking to me to see this.
The American public is trying to get back to normal. So is the United States Congress. And we're seeing it play out in sort of incremental fashion, like the country incrementally is trying to get back to normal, lowering restrictions, lowering anxieties, and dealing with COVID as it is, something that appears to be less menacing than it was 3 or 4 months ago, and adaptations and loosening up of restrictions now in full public view. And an event like this, though there are some precautions being taken, is a way of suggesting quite visually to the country that things are getting better, things are getting to a place of accommodation and livability with what remains of the pandemic, and I am certain in one way or another, President Biden will refer to that tonight.
Okay, thanks to my CBS News colleagues. Let's take you now to a CBS News special report anchored by Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome. You're looking live inside the U.S. Capitol as President Biden is just moments away from his first State of the Union address, and our live coverage starts right now.
This is a CBS News special report. President Biden's State of the Union address and the Republican response.
Good evening. I'm Norah O'Donnell in the nation's capital, and President Biden is about to deliver his first State of the Union at a critical time in the country and around the world. You can see these live pictures from inside the House chamber, and you may notice there is a sea of blue and yellow that is in solidarity with Ukraine after Russia continues to bombard the country. There you see, of course, the Chief Justice, John Roberts of the United States, as well as some of the other justices will be there tonight. Of course, the challenge for the president dealing with with the rising inflation here at home, the third year of the pandemic. These are some of the biggest challenges of the Biden administration, and we are told he will address them. And of course, he will also use this occasion to push his pick for the Supreme Court, the federal appeals court judge, for the Supreme Court, I should say, the Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, because if she is confirmed, she would become the first black woman on the nation's highest court. Let's bring in CBS Morning's co-anchor, Gayle King. Gayle, I know you've been speaking to voters. What do people want to hear from the president?
Yeah. I'm so fascinated with looking at the chamber for just a second, Nora, to see people engaging without a mask. That's a little jarring to me. We all have to get used to that, I think. But in talking to voters, we talked to several voters in different places all around the country. Believe it or not, the one thing that came up time and time again, they just want the president to give it to us straight. They don't want talking points. They just want to hear the truth. And they use the U word. We want unity. People are so sick of the bickering and the bipartisanship, and they would like to figure out a way that we could come together. And Ukraine was on the top of many people's list. You know, 2 weeks ago, people in this country were not talking about Ukraine. I dare say a lot of people didn't even know where Ukraine is on the map. But now they know, and you've seen the pictures, and the pictures are haunting, and they want to hear, what are we going to do?
Nancy Cordes is our chief White House correspondent, and that is something new. The President of the United States is going to spend the first part of this speech talking about a foreign policy crisis.
Right, Gayle. All those voters are going to get what they're looking for. The first 10 minutes of the speech, I'm told, will be all about Ukraine. The president is going to lay out a contrast between democracy and autocracy. He's going to lay out the specifics of the conflict so far, what the U.S. has done to help Ukraine, and he's going to walk through how we got here, how the U.S. brought other Western allies together. They are now all on the same page. He's going to use that word that you say so many voters want, Gayle, unity.
Margaret Brennan is our anchor of Face the Nation and our chief foreign affairs correspondent. And Margaret, many of these lawmakers have been getting briefings from the Pentagon, from the intelligence agencies, and they've been told this is a war that could rage 10 to 20 years in Ukraine.
It could. 10 to 20 years is the projections that have been given by military leaders, but that would be ultimately a war that Russia would lose. In the near term, though, it's the Ukrainian civilians who are losing. They are the ones in bunkers right now, and they are the ones who are going to be suffering, particularly in the next 4 to 6 weeks, as that onslaught to capture some of Ukraine's largest cities continues. And we know the Russian military has been frustrated by the lack of progress, low morale, running short on gas, running short on food, because they thought it would be an easier fight. But while that is good news, as our David Martin has reported for, in terms of the Ukrainian military, it's not for civilians. We have heard complaints about civilian casualties and really trying to break the resistance. Vladimir Putin has been known to do this. He's done this to many presidents, whether it was in Syria or whether it was his first foray into Ukraine back in 2014. So this is a long conflict. President Biden knows it well because he was in office with the first invasion of Ukraine in 2014.
Looking at the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, as well as the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, seeing two women there that will flank the President of the United States. Quickly, Nancy, you broke some news just a short time ago.
That's right. In this speech, the president is going to announce that he is closing U.S. airspace to Russian aviation. This is a step that European allies took several days ago. The U.S. is now following suit.
We're also joined by John Dickerson. And John, the president has to confront some big issues, not only what's happening in Ukraine, but inflation.
That's right. We're talking about breaking news, last-minute edits to the speech. It reminds us that the presidency is a job of surprises. Tonight, the president will speak in the tradition started by Woodrow Wilson in 1913 to speak to the Congress. In that speech, Wilson said, "We are in an era of settled peace." 6 months later, he had the First World War. Jimmy Carter in 1980 in his State of the Union. And here we have an interruption.
Let's listen now to the president.
The President of the United States.
And that is the introduction of the president by the House Sergeant-at-Arms, Major General William Walker. And even for the President of the United States in these past years, it is unusual to see him without a mask in such close proximity to so many people. Also want to bring in our chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa, who is on Capitol Hill. And Robert, how did the president prepare? What did his advisors say he wants to do with this speech?
I've been talking to the president's advisors all day, and they say this kind of moment is the full Biden, the Biden they've wanted to show for the last 2 years, but haven't been able to because of the pandemic. The person who has a tactile ability with people, whether they're in Congress or out in the country. And the mission here, they say tonight, is to settle people, not only abroad, but at home, that he feels the pain of voters out there on inflation, on the economy, about their frustrations with the pandemic. This is about pivoting toward the midterms when it comes to politics.
Robert Costa, thank you. And we just saw the president. The other woman there is Karen Gibson. She is the Senate Sergeant of Arms, introducing and essentially escorting the president as he greets the Chief Justice, as well as other members of the Supreme Court. The State of the Union, one of the rare chances that the president has to address the entire nation for a sustained period, and the Republicans also have a response tonight from Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds.
This speech feels different to me tonight because I believe so many people, when I was coming here from New York, just randomly talking to people in the airport, people said, I never watch a State of the Union. I'm going to watch tonight because there is so much concern about what's happening in Ukraine and in this country.
State of the world.
Yes, is watching.
And let's bring in our Ed O'Keefe, who's at the White House as we watch the president. Ed, what are you learning about what we'll hear from the president?
Nora, a big focus, of course, as you said, on Ukraine. The first few minutes expected to focus on that. He'll call out Vladimir Putin, saying his war in Ukraine was premeditated and unprovoked.
I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
And pause there for the speaker. He will also discuss inflation, obviously a big concern for most Americans as inflation continues to rise. But the real observation I think we all have is he's getting to shake hands and slap backs, something he didn't get to do last year. As aides have described it, we should see what they hope for, at least, the full Biden tonight.
And let's listen in now to hear the applause there in the House chamber. There are
Thank you, General.
There are some members sitting in the gallery, but you can see just limited social distancing tonight.
70% of the country now in an area of low transmission, according to the CDC.
Thank you so much.
It's hard to think, and there probably isn't another president who's given the speech who's been in the audience so many times.
Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, members of Congress and the Cabinet, Justice of the Supreme Court, my fellow Americans. Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again. Tonight, we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans, with the duty to one another, to America, to the American people, to the Constitution, and an unwavering resolve that freedom will always triumph over tyranny. Thank you. Six days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky, to every Ukrainian, their fearlessness, their courage, their determination literally inspires the world. Groups of citizens blocking tanks with their bodies, everyone from students to retirees to teachers, turned soldiers defending their homeland. And in this struggle, President Zelensky said in his speech to the European Parliament, "Light will win over darkness. The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's bright, she's strong, and she's resolved. Yes, we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America and America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II. The United States is a member, along with 29 other nations. It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters. Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable, along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, even Switzerland, are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks in the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access. We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who bilked billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value. The Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, and trading remains suspended. The Russian economy is reeling, and Putin alone is the one to blame. Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. We're giving more than $1 billion of direct assistance to Ukraine, and will continue to aid the Ukrainian people as they defend their country and help ease their suffering. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch. And we're clear-eyed. The Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos. But while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, the proud, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. While it shouldn't have taken something so terrible for people around the world to see what's at stake, now everyone sees it clearly. We see the unity among leaders of nations, a more unified Europe, a more unified West. We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities and large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kiev with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. We meet tonight in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's when one of the first things I did as president was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting, we needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19, delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. It cut the cost of health care insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks, and it worked. It worked. It worked. We created jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, our economy created over 6.5 million new jobs just last year. More jobs in 1 year than ever before in the history of the United States of America. The economy grew at a rate of 5.7 last year, the strongest growth rate in 40 years. And the first step in bringing fundamental change to our economy that hasn't worked for working people in this nation for too long. For the past 40 years, we were told that tax break for those at the top and benefits would trickle down and everyone would benefit. But that trickle-down theory led to a weaker economic growth, lower wages, bigger deficits, and a widening gap between the top and everyone else in nearly a century. Look, Vice President Harris and I ran for office, and I realize we have fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. Invest in America, educate Americans, grow the workforce, build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, because we know when the middle class grows, the poor will way up and the wealthy do very well. America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on earth, and now our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America, the single biggest investment in history. It was a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank the members of both parties who worked to make it happen. We're done talking about infrastructure weeks. We're now talking about an infrastructure decade. And look, it's going to transform America, to put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century that we face with the rest of the world, particularly China. I've told Xi Jinping it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. We'll create good jobs for millions of Americans, modernizing roads, airports, ports, waterways, all across America. And we'll do it to withstand the devastating effects of climate change and promote environmental justice. We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Begin to replace the poisonous lead pipes so every child, every American has clean water to drink at home and at school. We're going to provide affordable, high-speed internet for every American, rural, suburban, urban, and tribal communities. 4,000 projects have already been announced. Many of you have announced them in your districts. And tonight, I'm announcing that this year, we will start fixing over 65,000 miles of highway and 1,500 bridges in disrepair. And folks, when we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying America. Buy American products. Support American jobs. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat and Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it. But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite. Up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place. 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip that power the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology, the internet, technology that's yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who is here tonight, I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go, Pat, stand up. Pat came to see me, and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk. I'll sign it. And we'll really take off in a big way. And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. The revitalization of American manufacturing. Companies are choosing to build new factories here when just a few years ago they would have gone overseas. That's what's happening. Ford is investing $11 billion in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 jobs across the country. GM is making the largest investment in its history. $7 billion to build electric vehicles, creating 4,000 jobs in Michigan. All told, 369,000 new manufacturing jobs were created in America last year alone. Folks, powered by people I've met like JoJo Burgess, from generations of union steelworkers in Pittsburgh, who's here tonight. Where are you, JoJo? There you go. Thanks, buddy. As Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says, it's time to bury the label Rust Belt. It's time to see what used to be called the Rust Belt become the home of a significant resurgence of manufacturing. And with all the bright spots in our economy, record job growth, higher wages, too many families are struggling to keep up with their bills. Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it. That's why my top priority is getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than almost anyone predicted, but the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough people because of the pandemic to keep up production in their factories. So you didn't have people making those beams that went into buildings because they were out. The factory was closed. The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. Look at cars last year. 1/3 of all the inflation was because of automobile sales. There weren't enough semiconductors to make all the cars that people wanted to buy. And guess what? Prices of automobiles went way up, especially used vehicles as well. And so we have a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Folks, that means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. Look, economists call this increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America. My plan to fight inflation will lower your costs and lower the deficit. 17 Nobel laureates in economics said my plan will ease long-term inflationary pressures. Top business leaders, and I believe most Americans, support the plan. And here's the plan. First, cut the cost of prescription drugs. We pay more for the same drug produced by the same company in America than any other country in the world. Just look at insulin. 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. In Virginia, I met a 13-year-old boy, the handsome young man standing up there, Joshua Davis. He and his dad both have type 1 diabetes, which means they need insulin every single day. Insulin costs about $10 a vial to make. That's what it costs the pharmaceutical company. But drug companies charge families like Joshua and his dad up to 30 times that amount. I spoke with Joshua's mom. Imagine what it's like to look at your child who needs insulin to stay healthy and have no idea how in God's name you're going to be able to pay for it. What it does to your family, but what it does to your dignity, your ability to look your child in the eye, to be the parent you expect yourself to be. I really mean to think about that. That's what I think about. You know, yesterday, Joshua's here tonight, but yesterday was his birthday. Happy birthday, buddy, by the way. For Joshua and 200,000 other young people with type 1 diabetes, let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. so everyone can afford it. And drug companies will do very, very well, their profit margin. While we're at it, I know we have great disagreements on this floor with this. Let's let Medicare negotiate the price of prescription drugs. They already set the price for VA drugs. Look, the American Rescue Plan is helping millions of families with Affordable Care Act plans to save them $2,400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage gap and make these savings permanent. And second, let's cut energy costs for families, an average of $500 a year by combating climate change. Let's provide an investment tax credits to weatherize your home and your business, to be energy efficient and get a tax credit for it. Double America's clean energy production in solar, wind, and so much more. Lower the price of electric vehicles, saving another $80 a month that you're not going to have to pay at the pump. Folks, the third thing we can do to change the standard of living for hardworking folks is cut the cost of child care. Cut the cost of child care. Folks, if you live in a major city in America, you pay up to $14,000 a year for child care per child. I was a single dad for 5 years, raising 2 kids. I had a lot of help, though. I had a mom, a dad, a brother, and a sister that really helped. But middle class and working folks shouldn't have to pay more than 7% of their income to care for the young children. My plan would cut the cost of child care in half for most families and help parents, including millions of women who left the workforce during the pandemic because they couldn't afford child care, to be able to get back to work, generating economic growth. But my plan doesn't stop there. It also includes home and long-term care, more affordable housing, pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds. All these will lower costs to families. And under my plan, nobody, let me say this again, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in new taxes. Not a single penny. I may be wrong, but my guess is if we took a secret ballot in this floor, that we'd all agree that the present tax system ain't fair. We have to fix it. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but let's make corporations and wealthy Americans start paying their fair share. Look, last year, and like Chris Coons and Tom Carper and my distinguished Congresswoman, we come from the land of corporate America. There are more corporations incorporated in America than every other state in America combined. And I still won 36 years in a row. The point is, even they understand they should pay just a fair share. Last year, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies earned $40 billion in profit and paid zero in federal taxes. Now look, it's not fair. That's why I proposed a 15% minimum tax rate for corporations. And that's why in the G7 and other meetings overseas, we're able to put together, I was able to be somewhat helpful, 130 countries to agree on a global minimum tax rate. So companies can't get out of paying their taxes at home by shipping jobs and factories overseas. It'll raise billions of dollars. That's why I propose closing loopholes for the very wealthy who pay a lower tax rate than a teacher and a firefighter. So that's my plan, but we'll go in more detail later. We will grow the economy, lower the cost of families. So what are we waiting for? Let's get this done. We all know we've got to make changes. Folks, and while you're at it, confirm my nominees for the Federal Reserve, which plays a critical role in fighting inflation. My plan will not only lower costs and give families a fair shot, it will lower the deficit. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit with those tax cuts for the very wealthy and corporations, it undermined the watchdogs, the job of those to keep pandemic relief funds being wasted. Remember we had those debates about whether or not those watchdogs should be able to see every day how much money was being spent, where was it going to the right place? But in my administration, the watchdogs are back. And we're going to go after the criminals who stole billions of relief money meant for small business and millions of Americans. And tonight I'm announcing that the Justice Department will soon name a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud. And look, I think we all agree, thank you. By the end of this year, the deficit will be down to less than half of what it was before I took office. The only president ever to cut the deficit by more than $1 trillion in a single year. Lowering your cost also meant demanding more competition. I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. Capitalism without competition is exploitation. It drives up profits. And corporations have to compete. Their profits go up and your prices go up when they don't have to compete. Small businesses and family farmers and ranchers, I need not tell some of my Republican friends from those states. Guess what? You got 4 basic meat packing facilities. That's it. You play with them or you don't get to play at all. And you pay a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot more because there's only 4. See what's happening with ocean carriers moving goods in and out of America. During the pandemic, about half a dozen or less foreign-owned companies raised prices by as much as 1,000% and made record profits. Tonight, I'm announcing a crackdown on those companies overcharging American businesses and consumers. And folks, and as Wall Street firms take over more nursing homes, quality in those homes has gone down and costs have gone up. That ends on my watch. Medicare is going to set higher standards for nursing homes and make sure your loved ones get the care they deserve and that they inspect and they will look at closely. We're also going to cut costs to keep the economy going strong and giving workers a fair shot, provide more training and apprenticeships, hire them based on skills, not just their degrees. Let's pass the Paycheck Fairness Act and paid leave. Raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and extend the child tax credit so no one has to raise a family in poverty. Let's increase Pell Grants, increase our historic support for HBCUs, and invest in what Jill, our First Lady who teaches full-time, calls America's best-kept secret, community colleges. Look, let's pass the PRO Act. When a majority of workers want to form a union, they shouldn't be able to be stopped. When we invest in our workers and we build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out together, we can do something we haven't done in a long time, build a better America. For more than 2 years, COVID has impacted every decision in our lives and the life of this nation. And I know you're tired, frustrated, and exhausted. That doesn't even count the close to 1 million people who sit at a dining room table or a kitchen table and look at an empty chair because they lost somebody. But I also know this, because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines. We've reached a new moment in the fight against COVID-19, where severe cases are down to a level not seen since July of last year. Just a few days ago, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention issued a new mask guidelines. Under the new guidelines, most Americans and most of the country can now go mask-free. And based on projections, more of the country will reach a point across the next couple of weeks. And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard. And here are 4 common sense steps as we move forward safely, in my view. First, stay protected with vaccines and treatments. We know how incredibly effective vaccines are. If you're vaccinated and boosted, you have the highest degree of protection. And we'll never give up on vaccinating more Americans. Now, I know parents with kids under 5 are eager to see their vaccines authorized for their children. Scientists are working hard to get that done. We'll be ready with plenty of vaccines if and when they do. We're all ready. We are also ready with antiviral treatments. If you get COVID-19, the Pfizer pill reduces your chances of ending up in the hospital by 90%. I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world has. Pfizer is working overtime to get us 1 million pills this month and more than double that next month. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative. So people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. And folks, if you're immunocompromised or have some other vulnerability, we have treatments and free high-quality masks. We're leaving no one behind or ignoring anyone's needs as we move forward. On testing, we've made hundreds of millions of tests available, and you can order them for free to your doorstep. And we've already ordered free tests. If you already ordered free tests tonight, I'm announcing you can order another group of tests. Go to covidtest.gov starting next week, and you can get more tests. Second, we must prepare for new variants. Over the past, we've gotten much better at detecting new variants. If necessary, we'll be able to develop new vaccines within 100 days instead of maybe months or years. And if Congress provides the funds we need, we'll have new stockpiles of tests, masks, pills ready if needed. I can't promise a new variant won't come, but I can promise you we'll do everything within our power to be ready if it does. Third, we can end the shutdown of schools and businesses. We have the tools we need. It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people. People working from home can feel safe and begin to return to their offices. We're doing that here in the federal government. The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Our schools are open. Let's keep it that way. Our kids need to be in school. With 75% of adult Americans fully vaccinated and hospitalizations down by 77%, most Americans can remove their masks and stay in the classroom and move forward safely. We achieved this because we provided free vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. Of course, continuing this costs money, so I'll not surprise you. I'll be back to see you all. And I'm going to soon send a request to Congress. The vast majority of Americans have used these tools and may want again. We may need them again, so I expect Congress, and I hope you'll pass that quickly. Fourth, we'll continue vaccinating the world. We've sent 475 million vaccine doses to 112 countries, more than any nation on earth. We won't stop because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases. You know, we've lost so much in COVID-19. Time with one another. The worst of all, the loss of life. Let's use this moment to reset. So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. Look. We can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together. I recently visited New York City Police Department days after the funerals of Officer Wilbur Mora and his partner, Officer Jason Rivera. They were responding to a 9/11 call when a man shot and killed them with a stolen gun. Officer Mora was 27 years old. Officer Rivera was 22 years old. Both Dominican Americans who grew up in the same streets that they later chose to patrol as police officers. I spoke with their families, and I told them that we were forever in debt for their sacrifices and will carry on their mission to restore the trust and safety of every community deserves. Like some of you that have been around for a while, I've worked with you on these issues for a long time. I know what works. Investigating crime prevention and community policing, cops who walk the beat, who know the neighborhood, and who can restore trust and safety. Let's not abandon our streets or choose between safety and equal justice. Let's come together and protect our communities, restore trust, and hold law enforcement accountable. That's why the Justice Department has required body cameras, banned chokeholds, and restricted no-knock warrants for its officers. That's why the American Rescue Plan that you all provided $350 billion that cities, states, and counties can use to hire more police, invest in more proven strategies. Proven strategies like community violence interruption, trusted messengers, breaking the cycle of violence and trauma, and giving young people some hope. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. Fund them with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities. I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe. And we'll do everything in my power to crack down on gun trafficking of ghost guns that you can buy online, assemble at home, no serial numbers, can't be traced. I ask Congress to pass proven measures to reduce gun violence. Pass universal background checks. Why should anyone on the terrorist list be able to purchase a weapon? Why? Why? And folks, ban assault weapons with high-capacity magazines that hold up to 100 rounds. You think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests? Look, repeal the liability shield that makes gun manufacturers the only industry in America that can't be sued. The only one. Imagine had we done that with the tobacco manufacturers. These laws don't infringe on the Second Amendment. They save lives. The most fundamental right in America is the right to vote and have it counted. And look, it's under assault. In state after state, new laws have been passed. Not only to suppress the vote, we've been there before, but to subvert the entire election. We can't let this happen. Tonight I call on the Senate to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, pass the John Lewis Act, Voting Rights Act. And while you're at it, pass the Disclose Act so Americans know who's funding our elections. Look, tonight, I like to honor someone who dedicated his life to serve this country. Justice Breyer, an Army veteran, constitutional scholar, retiring Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean it. Get up. Stand. Let them see you. Thank you. And we all know, no matter what your ideology, we all know one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has is nominating someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court. As I did 4 days ago, I've nominated the Circuit Court of Appeals, Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of our nation's top legal minds, who will continue in Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence. A former top litigator in private practice, a former federal public defender, from a family of public school educators and police officers. She's a consensus builder. Since she's been nominated, she's received a broad range of support, including the Fraternal Order of Police and former judges supported by Democrats and Republicans. Folks, if we are to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. And as you might guess, I think we can do both. At our border, we've installed new technology like cutting-edge scanners to better detect drug smuggling. We've set up joint patrols with Mexico and Guatemala to catch more human traffickers. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges in a significant larger number so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back. We're screening, we're securing commitments and supporting partners in South and Central America to host more refugees and secure their own borders. We can do all this while keeping lit the torch of liberty that has led a generation of immigrants to this land, my forebears and many of yours. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those with temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Revise our laws so businesses have workers they need and families don't wait decades to reunite. It's not only the right thing to do, it's economically smart thing to do. That's why the immigration reform is supported by everyone from labor unions to religious leaders to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let's get it done once and for all. Folks, advancing liberty and justice also requires protecting the rights of women. The constitutional right affirmed by Roe v. Wade, standing precedent for half a century, is under attack as never before. If you want to go forward, not backwards, we must protect access to health care, preserve a woman's right to choose, and continue to advance maternal health care for all Americans. And folks, for our LGBTQ plus Americans, let's finally get the Bipartisan Equality Act to my desk. The onslaught of state laws targeting transgender Americans and their families, it's simply wrong. And I said last year, especially to our younger transgender Americans, I'll always have your back as your president so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Folks, as I've just demonstrated, while it often appears we do not agree, and that we do agree on a lot more things than we acknowledge. I signed 80 bipartisan bills into law last year, from preventing government shutdowns, to protecting Asian Americans from still too common hate crimes, to reforming military justice, and will soon be strengthening the Violence Against Women Act that I first wrote 3 decades ago. It's important. It's important for us to show the nation we can come together and do big things. So tonight I'm offering a unity agenda for the nation. 4 big things we can do together, in my view. First, beat the opioid epidemic. There's so much we can do. Increase funding for prevention, treatment, harm reduction and recovery. Get rid of outdated rules and stop doctors stop doctors prescribing treatments. Stop the flow of illicit drugs by working with state and local law enforcement to go after the traffickers. And if you're suffering from addiction, you should know you're not alone. I believe in recovery, and I celebrate the 23 million Americans in recovery. Second, let's take on mental health, especially among our children whose lives and education have been turned upside down. The American Rescue Plan gave schools money to hire teachers and help students make up for lost learning. I urge every parent to make sure your school does just that. They have the money. We can all play a part. Sign up to be a tutor or a mentor. Children were also struggling before the pandemic: bullying, violence, trauma, and the harms of social media. As Frances Haugen, who is here tonight with us, has shown, we must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit. Folks, thank you. Thank you for the courage you showed. It's time to strengthen privacy protections, ban targeted advertising to children, demand tech companies stop collecting personal data on our children, and let's get all Americans the mental health services they need. More people can turn for help, and full parity between physical and mental health care if we treat it that way in our insurance. Look, the third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us. I've always believed that we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those in their family when they come home. My administration is providing assistance in job training, housing, and now helping lower-income veterans get VA care debt-free. And our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan have faced many dangers, one being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 40 times. These burn pits that incinerate waste, the waste of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. And they come home, many of the world's fittest and best trained warriors in the world. Never the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness. A cancer that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know. One of those soldiers was my son, Major Bo Biden. I don't know for sure if the burn pit that he lived near, that his hooch was near in Iraq and earlier than that in Kosovo, is the cause of his brain cancer, the disease of so many other troops. But I am committed to find out everything we can, committed to military families like Danielle Robinson from Ohio, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson. He was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed near Baghdad, just yards from burn pits the size of football fields. Danielle is here with us tonight. They love going to Ohio State football games. And they love building Legos with their daughter. But cancer from prolonged exposure to burn pits ravaged Heath's lungs and body. Danielle says Heath was a fighter to the very end. He didn't know how to stop fighting, and neither did she. Through her pain, she found purpose to demand that we do better. Tonight, Danielle, we are going to do better. The The VA is pioneering new ways of linking toxic exposure to disease, already helping more veterans get benefits. And tonight, I'm announcing we're expanding eligibility to veterans suffering from 9 respiratory cancers. I'm also calling on Congress to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and the comprehensive health care they deserve. And fourth and last, let's end cancer as we know it. This is personal. This is personal to me and to Jill and to Kamala and so many of you. So many of you have lost someone you love. Husband, wife, son, daughter, mom, dad. Cancer is the #2 cause of death in America, second only to heart disease. Last month, I announced the plan to supercharge the cancer moonshot that President Obama asked me to lead 6 years ago. Our goal is to cut cancer death rates by at least 50% over the next 25 years, and I think we can do better than that. Turn cancers from death sentences into treatable diseases. More support for patients and their families. To get there, I call on Congress to fund what I call ARPA-H, Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, patterned after DARPA in the Defense Department. Projects that led in DARPA to the internet, GPS, and so much more that make our forces more safer and be able to wage war with more clarity. ARPA will have a singular purpose: to drive breakthroughs in cancer, Alzheimer's and diabetes, and more. A unity agenda for the nation. We can do these things. It's within our power, and I don't see a partisan edge to any one of those 4 things. My fellow Americans, tonight we've gathered in this sacred space, the citadel of democracy, in this Capitol. Generation after generation of Americans have debated great questions amid great strife and have done great things. We fought for freedom, expanded liberty, debated totalitarianism and terror. We built the strongest, freest, and most prosperous nation the world has ever known. Now is the hour, our moment of responsibility, our test of resolve and conscience, of history itself. It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed. Our purpose is found. Our future is forged. Well, I know this nation. We'll meet the test, protect freedom and liberty, expand fairness and opportunity, and we will save democracy. As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been my whole life, because I see the future that's within our grasp, because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we've faced into an opportunity. The only nation that can be defined by a single word: possibilities. So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the State of the Union. And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him.
The president tonight promising a unity agenda and at the same time heralding the power of democracy, and at many points throughout this speech, getting standing bipartisan applause. John Dickerson.
Yes, I mean, there was a good long portion, and it ended, it appeared, on bipartisan applause. Of course, everybody joining in solidarity with the Ukrainians. The masks were gone, but the Ukrainian flags were there, and that will certainly symbolically note this evening. But then the president, after the edits that came from Ukraine, went to what was pretty much a regular old State of the Union stew pot with everything in it. And you see, though, he has not shrunk from, though he's tried to retool his Build Back Better, the new economic vision for America. That's what Democrats will be talking about, which is still focused on taxing corporations, and his Build Back Better agenda, which he's retooled as an inflation fighter now. We'll see if that works.
Nancy Cordes, the president, said Putin will pay a price, and he called out the Russian president, by our count, at least 19 times in this speech.
Right. He has the biggest megaphone he's going to have here at the State of the Union, and he wanted to make the case that the U.S. and its allies in the West are united, that they are all staring down Putin, and that the economic sanctions we've seen so far are only the beginning, and that there's a lot more where that came from. When it comes to domestic policy, this was a president who recognizes that this is an election year where new presidents often lose seats. And so he basically, this was him acknowledging that the only things he's probably going to pass this year are things that have major bipartisan support, addressing the opioid epidemic, mental health care, veterans assistance, the cancer moonshot. These are the types of things that are popular with everyone.
He seems to be indicating that we've turned the corner on COVID. He said, listen, we have to be prepared for a new variant. If there is a new variant, we will be ready for that. But he seemed to say, look, we want the schools to open, we want the businesses to open, we want people to go back to work. And I think he's giving us a pass to say, all right, let's move on to the next phase of COVID. Yeah. Let's get back to our normal lives. And I think a lot of people feel that way.
But that is so much about the economy.
Exactly
the
right.
CDC messaging about 70% of the country living in low to medium transmission areas. That is about reopening the restaurants and really trying to get the leisure sector there. The thing that stood out to me on that was his reference to people like me who have kids who don't have access to a vaccine right now, saying it is coming. There will be a lot of supply when the FDA gets to it. That's also because not a lot of parents are vaccinating their children. 3 out of 10 actually are taking that up for those in that 5-year-old and up age range. So that's part of his agenda that they would like to see more progress on.
Yeah, but for people like you, Margaret, he said, I know you're tired, you're frustrated and exhausted, but I know
amen.
this. He heard you, Margaret. He heard you. But because of the resilience, he said there are tools in place to make this better.
And we're going to hear the Republican response coming up, where the topic of kids, masks, vaccines, and schools is all coming up. Let's turn to our panel. Former Republican Texas Congressman Will Hurd and CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Joel Payne. And Joel, you really saw the president trying to strike some middle ground here, and there was a lot of Republican applause.
There was a lot of Republican applause. I'd also say, too, this really felt like a turn-the-page speech. He wanted to turn the page from a lot of the topics that made up 2021, which was not a really successful political year. If you see how it ended for Joe Biden, he wanted to talk about things that he knew was going to get both Democrats and Republicans to stand up. I also think something that jumped out to me was, something that did not get a lot of time in this speech, and something that's going to rankle a lot of his progressive base, and it's voting rights. Voting rights was such a major issue that this president was fighting on just 2 or 3 months ago. And the fact that you got essentially 4 lines of a mention there, I think it'll be something that gets noticed probably in those multiple Democratic responses that we're going to be waiting for here in the next couple of minutes. But I think it's going to be something that concerns a lot of Democrats, that the president has decided, I'm going to abandon some of those promises to the base, and I'm going to focus on things that we know are going to play well to the middle. Something else that didn't get a lot of time and attention? January 6th. I was looking back in the copy of the speech. I didn't see it anywhere. If it was an oversight on my part. But I think that also signals the fact that did not pop up to the top of the president's agenda. That signals another turning the page moment.
Well, and maybe not wanting to focus on such divisive issues instead of trying to focus on ones that unite people. Joel Payne, thank you. Let's bring in Congressman Will Hurd. And Congressman, what did you hear tonight?
Well, I think first and foremost, the beginning was important. The Ukrainian people over the next couple of days and weeks are going to see some really dark times. And the president showed the rest of the world that Republicans and Democrats are united in supporting the Ukrainian people. I think citizens in Poland, in Estonia, were especially excited to know that the United States government is going to use the full force of our power to support our NATO allies, and that the transatlantic relationship is very real. I think that was an important part of the beginning of the speech. I also think some of my Democratic friends who are in tough races, who would be considered more moderate, were happy with some elements in the speech. The fact about talking about crime and the need to actually fund the police was something that's important. But I think the public who is concerned about the rising costs of food and fuel, they're going to want to see some action. And when you have all levels of government under your party control, they're going to want to see more than just rhetoric. They're going to want to see some things get done. And if Speaker Pelosi works, there's enough that the president laid out that there are Republicans that are willing to work. If they're serious about working together, they could find some Republicans to work and add to those 80 bipartisan bills the president's already signed.
It's an excellent point, Congressman. The president using that megaphone and the millions who will turn in tonight to try and set the record straight in his view that he is not for defunding the police, that he believes in funding the police. And that was a point where Republicans also got on their feet and applauded. Let's bring in congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who covers all this so closely. Nicole, one thing he did not mention was Build Back Better, which you've heard that phrase covering Congress so many times because that legislation will no longer exist. And now the president wanting to focus on what he may be able to get passed and calling it the unity agenda. What's the likelihood any of it gets done?
Yeah, I think that's the big question on Capitol Hill right now. And I will say going into this speech, I asked a senior administration official, will we hear those words, Build Back Better? And what you heard tonight was building a better America. But we also heard a lot of the same ideas that were in that package last year that Democrats spent the better part of a year negotiating. Things like lowering the cost of prescription drugs, lowering the cost of energy, lowering the cost of health care, lowering the cost of child care. These are all things that were part of that package. And a top Senate Democrat told me today that, look, they realize the reality that Build Back Better, they're going to have to pivot from that. And I think that's the message that you were hearing from President Biden tonight. And so, the hope at this point is that maybe they can parcel out some pieces of this legislation over the next couple of months before the midterms and also add on to it by dealing with these inflationary issues. We already know Democrats have proposed ideas, for instance, like suspending the federal gas tax holiday. They are also, you heard the president talk a lot about price gouging, and that is something Senate Democrats said today they will be focusing on. So we do expect Senate Democrats in particular to roll out a number of new proposals over the next couple of days and weeks to try to tackle inflation, but also to try to preserve parts of the president's agenda.
Nicole Killian with excellent reporting. Nicole, thank you. Want to bring in congressional correspondent Scott McFarland. He's inside the House chamber. And Scott, as you know, much of the president's agenda has been blocked by two Democrats, Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema. Tell us about what you saw with them tonight.
I saw Senator Manchin sitting amid the Republicans next to Senator Mitt Romney, near Senator Susan Collins. And when he stood for the Democrats' only applause lines, he was standing on an island by himself. All that being said, this just felt so different than prior years. There were no guests with the members of Congress in the upper levels. In fact, the members of Congress themselves were spread out in the upper levels. So there was less cumulative noise, less cumulative energy and revelry, despite the strong applause lines. It's just a different feel this year, with COVID restrictions still a cloud over this chamber, even though the masks are gone. And one other note, Nora, the panel mentioned this. There were zero references to January 6th in the address tonight, even as the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, was sitting near the front, the man overseeing the prosecution of the January 6th rioters, and even as President Biden walked through those doors. that they had furniture blockading January 6, 2021 to keep the violent mob out.
Scott McFarland, important to have your perspective from inside the chamber and also all your reporting that's been centered around January 6th. Thank you.
Is that so surprising, though, guys, that he wouldn't mention January 6th? I don't think you can mention January 6th without going into former President Donald Trump territory. And I think that he wants to stick with unity. The rare time that he did say something about Donald Trump, which appeared to be a little disparaging, there seemed to be noticeable boos in the audience.
Yeah.
Does it surprise you that he stayed away from January 6th?
Not given what he needed to do. The president's approval ratings are in the tank.
Yes.
He's facing a midterm election where his party's facing big losses. He needed to go for the middle, big time. And I think that's what he was doing tonight.
Yes, and we'll see what gets extruded into the public through the news system, and because who knows what people are going to pick up out of this once it gets through. Mostly we know from State of the Unions it's watched by the president's party, and so we got to see what actually survives. And I'm not sure I heard anything in this speech that immediately goes and changes the conversation. That's a tall order, but I'm not sure I heard it.
And there's a real split within the party about how much time to spend on January 6th. There's one faction that says, look, this was an attack on democracy itself. We have to get to the bottom of who started it, how it happened, so we can prevent it from happening again. But then there's another section of the Democratic Party that says, you know what, we got to be forward-looking. We got to be putting forward a positive agenda if we want to win votes in November. We can't spend that much time focusing on the past.
Let's bring in Ed O'Keefe at the White House. And Ed, I know you spend so much time with Nancy. On that note, I mean, many people in the party, the Democratic Party, want to look forward. They want Congress to do their oversight, but at the same time, put forward proposals that are politically popular with their base.
Yeah, and in speaking with some aides here at the White House watching this amid the pizza boxes and the empty beer cans, we saw them earlier, they are pleased with the bipartisan response, or the bipartisan reception to this address. One aide texted me, too many bipartisan applause points to stop for. The president plowed right through them. That unity agenda, especially at the end, with a focus on fighting opioid addiction, mental health, veterans, and defeating cancer, those are the kinds of things they really think are just so simple for Washington to somehow sort out, and the kinds of things that affect everyday Americans and families across the country. Will there be any Republican appetite to do it? That remains unclear. One other note, watching this president snake his way out of the House chamber, most of the hands he has shaken are of retiring House Democrats. 31 have announced plans to go, either running for some other office or they're leaving Congress entirely. But many of those who stuck around to shake his hands are the ones that are leaving anyway, or ones that always stand there for whoever the president is. He, at one point, was having a conversation with Congressman Maloney of New York, who's chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. A pretty spirited conversation, it looked like there. Probably about what is the party going to do to take what he talked about tonight, amplify it, and make sure the Democrats at least don't lose as many seats as they in some ways are forecasted to do. We should point out also the president is set to travel tomorrow to Wisconsin, a key battleground state not only in a midterm year but in a presidential year. He'll be there to talk about his domestic agenda alongside the First Lady. And his Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson, will make her first visit to Capitol Hill to meet with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, senior members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and begin her pilgrimage to speak with the 100 senators alongside a Biden administration team that's been meeting with her since last Friday to get her ready for the confirmation fight.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And the gregarious Joe Biden is still in the House chamber. I don't ever think I've seen a president spend so much time after a speech in the House chamber. Let's bring in Robert Costa, our chief election and campaign correspondent. And I know, Robert, you've been speaking with Republicans. Tell us what you're learning.
Well, Nora, they've been texting me in the last few minutes saying they feel pretty good that Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is giving this Republican response because they felt unsettled about what happened in the House chamber during President Biden's address. There were interruptions by two House Republicans, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert of Colorado, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, both kind of shouted out, interjected during the course of the president's speech. Congresswoman Taylor Greene spoke at a white nationalist conference in Orlando last week. And so now they're hoping that Governor Reynolds from Iowa can turn the corner a little bit as they try to frame the party ahead of the midterm election, an election they feel they're going to do pretty well in. But the party right now internally is divided inside the GOP.
And Robert, that was a very unfortunate, if not ugly, interruption at a moment when the president was just about to mention his son who passed away from brain cancer.
It was, Nora. And earlier today, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy kind of dismissed a question about Congresswoman Taylor Greene attending that white nationalist conference, trying to move on. But by them interrupting tonight, putting themselves front and center, speaking right to the president's face on national TV, they're making themselves issues not only for the Republican Party, but in the whole American political scene. They're not going away, and they made that clear tonight.
Do you think it hurts the Republican Party?
The Republican Party, everyone's competing for the independent voter, men and women in suburban states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Who is the Republican Party going to have as its face? Is it going to be someone like Governor Reynolds of Iowa, or is it former President Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia? The Republican challenges, they have really strong poll numbers. They feel good about their chances. But the face of the party, who is it going to be? And former President Trump, as I saw over the weekend in Florida, he still wants himself to be the face of the GOP.
Robert, do you think other Republicans will speak out against Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert? Do you think they will say that was not okay and we disagree with that kind of behavior?
Gail, it kind of depends on what you mean by speaking out. So far, we've seen some muted statements, things that have been typed out and emailed to reporters. But who's going to make a full-throated cry about this kind of trend in the Republican Party towards the former president and at times even towards white nationalism? This is something we have to track as reporters, an important story as we move toward the midterm elections.
Yeah, I guess when I say speaking out, I mean out loud so everybody can hear in a public forum.
All right, stand by, because coming up, we are going to hear the Republican response from Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. Iowa was the first state in the nation to require that schools open their doors. When we come back.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Some Republicans are now accusing companies like Twitter and Facebook of targeting conservatives.
They've had unchecked power to censor.
I do not have access to my main Facebook account.
I wasn't given an explanation. I was just like, what did I do?
It's not okay to shut down my voice simply because it's not the same as yours.
How those rules are enforced is something that the rest of us know very, very little about.
The First Amendment protects all of us from the government limiting our speech. The companies have the ability to decide what speech they will allow. They're not the government.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of President Biden's State of the Union. Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds is going to be delivering the Republican response. She's the 43rd governor of the Hawkeye State, and she is the first woman to hold that office. Nancy Cordes is here with us, and this is the biggest speech that Governor Reynolds has ever given.
Right, and these responses always seem to come off better when they come from someone who, like the president, is in an executive position, a governor in a state, not a lawmaker. And Iowa is a purple state, so that's a bonus. She's viewed as someone who has handled COVID well in her state, and of course, having been more aggressive than many Democrats and even some Republicans when it comes to getting kids back into the classroom.
She's 62 years old. She's a grandmother. Before she got into politics, she was a pharmacist assistant. She's a recovering alcoholic. And as you pointed out, when it comes to schools, many Republicans said she was the model because she opened schools early. Tonight, I think she's going to try and hold that mantle that essentially Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia tried to say. It's parents. They're the ones who should be making these decisions.
Campaigns are about what turf do you control, and tonight is a wrestle over that, and Republicans want the turf to be on education.
And here now, Iowa's governor.
Good evening. I'm Kim Reynolds, governor of the great state of Iowa. Like you, I just watched the president's address. I listened as the governor of our state, as a mom and a grandmother of 11 who's worried our country is on the wrong track. We're now 1 year into his presidency, and instead of moving America forward, it feels like President Biden and his party have sent us back in time to the late 70s and early 80s, when runaway inflation was hammering families, a violent crime wave was crashing our cities, and the Soviet Army was trying to redraw the world map. Even before taking the oath of office, the president told us that he wanted to, quote, make America respected around the world again, and to unite us here at home. He's failed on both fronts. The disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal did more than cost American lives. It betrayed our allies and emboldened our enemies. North Korea is testing missiles again at an alarming rate. The Speaker of the House recently warned our Olympic athletes not to speak out against China. And now Russia has launched an unprovoked, full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, an attack on democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. Now all Americans must stand united in solidarity with the brave people of Ukraine as they courageously defend their country against Putin's tyranny as they fight for their freedom. But we shouldn't ignore what happened in the run-up to Putin's invasion, waiving sanctions on Russian pipelines while eliminating oil production here at home, focusing on political correctness rather than military readiness, reacting to world events instead of driving them. Weakness on the world stage has a cost, and the president's approach to foreign policy has consistently been too little, too late. It's time for America to once again project confidence. It's time to be decisive. It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home. And that's what I want to discuss with you tonight. The president and Democrats in Congress have spent the last year either ignoring the issues facing Americans or making them worse. They were warned that spending trillions would lead to soaring inflation. They were told that their anti-energy policies would send gas prices to new heights, but they plowed ahead anyway, raising the price at the pump by 50% and pushing inflation to a 40-year high. 4 decades ago, when our nation was last reeling from inflation, I was a young working mom just starting out. My husband Kevin worked days while I watched our girls, and then we would literally switch. We would pass in the yard as he was coming home, and I was leaving to work evenings at the local grocery store. From across that checkout counter, I saw the pain of inflation on my neighbors' faces. I saw what happens when prices rise faster than wages. The Biden administration believes inflation is a, quote, high-class problem. I can tell you, it's an everybody problem. I saw moms and dads' paychecks buy them less and less. I watched working people choose which essentials to take home and which ones to leave behind. And now President Biden's decisions have a whole new generation feeling that same pain. When I took the oath of office 5 years ago, I promised Iowans that I would never lose sight of who I was working for, that I wouldn't become detached from the problems they were facing, from the problems that I had faced myself. But you don't have to check groceries to see what high inflation does to people. You just need to step outside of the DC bubble. Talk to Americans about what's on their mind. Ask them, what are your concerns? What keeps you up at night? And they'll tell you. And I can tell you what's not on that list. They won't tell you that spending trillions more and bankrupting their children is the answer to their problems. They won't tell you that we should be paying people not to work. And they certainly won't tell you that we should give billions in tax giveaways to millionaires and billionaires in Democrat-controlled states like California, New York, and New Jersey. But that's what the Biden administration has been pushing for over the last year. And that's all part of Build Back Better. Thankfully, the president's agenda didn't pass because even members of his own party said enough is enough. Well, the American people share that view. Enough is enough. And it's not just with DC spending. Americans are tired of a political class trying to remake this country into a place where an elite few tell everyone else what they can and cannot say, what they can and cannot believe. They're tired of people pretending the way to end racism is by categorizing everybody by their race. They're tired of politicians who tell parents they should sit down, be silent, and let government control their kids' education and future. Frankly, they are tired of the theater, where politicians do one thing when the cameras are rolling and another when they believe you can't see them, where governors and mayors enforce mandates but don't follow them, where elected leaders tell their citizens to stay home while they sneak off to Florida for sun and fun, where they demand that your child wear a mask, but they go maskless. So you've heard the excuses. They were just holding their breath, but it's the American people who are waiting to exhale, waiting for the insanity to stop. We now live in a country where violent crime is out of control. Liberal prosecutors are letting criminals off easy, and many prominent Democrats still want to defund the police. You know, it seems like everything is backwards. The Biden administration requires vaccines for Americans who want to go to work or protect this country, but not for migrants who illegally cross the border. The Department of Justice treats parents like domestic terrorists, but looters and shoplifters roam free. The American people are left to feel like they're the enemy. This is not the same country it was a year ago. The president tried to paint a different picture tonight, but his actions over the last 12 months don't match the rhetoric. It's not what he promised when he took office. But it doesn't have to be that way. There is an alternative. Across the nation, Republican governors and legislators are showing Americans what conservative leadership looks like, what it means to respect the people we serve, to hear them out, to stand up for them and walk alongside them. We know that our problems require bold action, but we also know that bold action doesn't have to mean government action. It's Americans making their own decisions for their own families and future. Republican governors face the same COVID-19 virus head-on. But we honored your freedoms and saw right away that lockdowns and school closures, they came with their own significant cost, that mandates weren't the answer. And we actually listened to the science, especially with kids in masks and kids in schools. What happened and is still happening to our children over the last 2 years is unconscionable. Learning loss, isolation, anxiety, depression. In so many states, our kids have been left behind, and so many will never catch up. That's why Iowa was the first state in the nation to require that schools open their doors. I was attacked by the left, I was attacked by the media, but it wasn't a hard choice. It was the right choice. And keeping schools open is only the start of the pro-parent, pro-family revolution that Republicans are leading in Iowa and states across this country. Republicans believe that parents matter. It was true before the pandemic, and it has never been more important to say out loud. Parents matter. They have a right to know and to have a say in what their kids are being taught. Families also have every right to live in a safe and a secure community. And that begins with a safe and secure country. But the Biden administration has refused to secure our border. They've refused to provide the resources to stop human trafficking, to stop the staggering influx of deadly drugs coming into our neighborhoods. They've refused to protect you. With Texas and Arizona leading the way, I, along with Republican governors from several states, have sent resources to the border. And we've actually gone to the border, something that our president and vice president have yet to do since taking office. On the economy, the contrast couldn't be more stark. While Democrats in D.C. are spending trillions, sending inflation soaring, Republican leaders around the country are balancing budgets and cutting taxes because we know that money spent on Main Street is better than money spent on bureaucracy. Today, I signed legislation that eliminates Iowa's tax on retirement income and sets our tax rate at 3.9%. That's less than half of what it was just 4 years ago. And it shouldn't come as a surprise that out of the top 20 states with the lowest unemployment rates, 17 have Republican governors. Republicans may not have the White House, but we're doing what we can to fill the leadership vacuum. And on the issues that are affecting Americans, Republicans are leading. We're standing up for parents and kids. We're standing up for life. We're keeping our communities safe and thanking those in uniform. We're fighting to restore America's energy independence, and that includes biofuels. We're getting people back to work, not paying them to stay home. Most of all, we're respecting your freedom. Behind me stands Iowa's Capitol, where we display our state motto, our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. And those aren't just empty words. It's a belief that the greatness of this state and this country lies in our people, not government. You shouldn't have to wake up every morning and worry about the next thing the government is going to do to you, your business, or your children. If we as elected leaders are doing our job, then the government is working well, but operating in the background. It's supporting the ingenuity and spirit of our people, not drowning them out. It's keeping them safe, not restricting their freedom. That's what I believe, that's what Republicans believe, and that's what Republicans are doing. I am so blessed to be the governor of Iowa, where people are humble, hardworking, and patriotic. We take care of each other, And yes, we are, as they say, Iowa nice. But you don't have to be from Iowa to see that those are the values of America at its best, all of America. Over the last few years, I've put my faith in Iowans, and they haven't let me down. I encourage this president to do the same, to put his faith in you, the American people, who have never wavered in your belief in this country, regardless of who leads it. Because you know, you've shown that the soul of America isn't about who lives in the White House. It's men and women like you in every corner of this nation who are willing to step up and take responsibility for your communities, for your neighbors, and ultimately for yourselves. By that most important measure at least, the state of our union is indeed strong. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Republican Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa honing in on what may be one of the key messages for Republicans in this midterms. In her words, parents matter, as she tried to keep schools open in what she called a pro-parent, pro-family revolution. All right, coming up, Gail speaks with 4 voters on what they thought of the president's speech. We'll have that live next. You're watching CBS News coverage of the State of the Union.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Some Republicans are now accusing companies like Twitter and Facebook of targeting conservatives.
They've had unchecked power to censor.
I do not have access to my main Facebook account.
I wasn't given an explanation. I was just like, what did I do?
It's not okay to shut down my voice simply because it's not the same as yours.
How those rules are enforced is something that the rest of us know very, very little about.
The First Amendment protects all of us from the government limiting our speech. The companies have the ability to decide what speech they will allow. They're not the government.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
bring back a group of voters that we spoke with prior to the president's speech and get their take on what they heard tonight. We talked to 67-year-old Democrat Irma Cooper, 40-year-old Libertarian Seth Duplantis, 72-year-old Democrat Rosemary Rocco, and 23-year-old Independent Mateo Gomez. Also want you to know they're at our affiliate stations around the country, KCBS in New York, WFOR in Miami, WCCO, which wins tonight with the best background, fireplace and everything, and KTVT TV in Minneapolis. Irma, I want to start with you. You're a 30-year veteran. You served in Iraq, and you told us earlier you wanted the president to make America's position clear when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Were you satisfied with what he had to say tonight?
Yes, I was. I thought he was very clear about not sending troops into Ukraine, but he was very adamant about supporting Ukraine and supporting NATO and protecting all of our NATO allies. And the fact that he was sending in financial support, weapons, the sanctions that he put on Russia to really stop them, from doing what they were doing to decrease their economy. So I thought that was great. He was very clear about it, so there was no misunderstanding. I was very pleased that what was said in his speech tonight and the unity.
All right. Thanks, Irma. Mateo, I want to go to you because you were one of the ones who said to me, I hope it's not about politics. You know how this goes. The Democrats will stand up. The Republicans will sit down. There was actually a lot of bipartisan applause tonight. Did that surprise you, and how did you feel about that?
There was also not a lot of people in the room. For example, Senator Marco Rubio was not there. But I did not feel hopeful, Senator. To be honest with you. I did not feel hopeful.
How
and
come?
It hurt a little bit because today, for example, earlier today, I was talking to university students and professors and political science students and professors, and guess what they said? That 0%, and they were not willing to watch the State of the Union address. And that's political science students. So imagine, the biology students would not, the chemistry students would not, the social workers probably might not either. So it hurts. I was not hopeful.
You also were hoping that he would address student loans. He did not do that tonight.
He did not talk about student loans, and I did not feel connected with the president to the extent of actually with the message he gave me. We could all Google it, Mateo Gomez, Joe Biden on anywhere, and then you see that we spoke in 2020, and he said that we're the best educated, the most open, and I did not feel that message being delivered today.
Okay, Mateo. Rosemary, you expressed some concern about COVID. You're still concerned. You're a contract tracer for a college. The president spoke tonight about returning back to more normal routines, he called it. How did you feel about that?
I thought he did a great job with it and outlined exactly what we need to do in terms of that we're not through it yet, but that we have the tools, if we use the tools, to get it under control, and that he's not going to be satisfied to live with it. I also, I felt very hopeful, and I was glad he did real talk, not happy talk. I was glad to hear him say a couple of times, hell of a thing.
Yeah, he did become quite conversational a couple of times. A couple of times he said, I mean it, yes. I mean it. Seth, you're a business owner in Dallas. The main thing you told us you were very concerned about was the supply chain issues and inflation. The president addressed that tonight. Was that enough for you?
I think the president fell a little bit short in the sense that he was long on promises but short on details. One of my big takeaways was that he wanted to lower costs by lowering costs and improving unemployment by employing people. And I don't think these things are going to happen overnight. I think ultimately folks are going to be disappointed with additional bureaucracy entering into the supply chain. He talked a little bit about government setting prices, and we know just in the free market system that makes this country so great that that's just ineffective.
All right, guys, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for watching with us. Thank you for participating earlier tonight and then staying around to see the rest of the speech. We really appreciate it. That's the beauty of this country. You know, everybody can see the same thing and have different opinions about what they saw tonight.
Yeah. I mean, as we sort of think about and look at what happened tonight in the president's speech, it was a different kind of Joe Biden. I think he really was trying to turn the page with this unity agenda and at the same time rally people just like he's rallied the world against Vladimir Putin.
Right. I mean, he's had a very difficult few months trying to get his Build Back Better agenda across the finish line, and the recognition that when you've got 50 senators in the Senate, everything has to work out perfectly for you to be able to pass a partisan piece of legislation. So this is the White House sort of turning the page and saying, maybe we'll take a different tack for a while. Maybe we'll try to bring the two parties together.
Margaret, what's happened in the last agenda?
Yeah.
Let's just start with even using the phrase unity agenda. I think that's encouraging.
What does that mean for breakfast?
What, the unity agenda?
Yeah.
Well, I like the word unity. To me, it means that we are going to try to do this together. We are going to try to unite ourselves. We're going to have a plan to do that. And that makes sense to me, the way that he laid it out. You didn't think so?
Well, I just think when polls show that people blame President Biden for inflation and they don't think he's doing anything, and they say, what's your plan? Unity agenda doesn't get you there, or does it contradict anything that the governor was talking about in terms of the issues that Republicans are going to stay on that we know played a big role in these
But to be frank, the two big issues really confronting the president right now are the war in Ukraine and getting his choice confirmed to the Supreme Court.
Practically speaking, yes. One of the themes I thought was also restoring control. So much of this pandemic is about loss of personal control. The masks, they symbolize that to people, right? Just even symbolize broadcasting to the world that the capital of the United States can be back, masks off. The education theme you heard the governor of Iowa bring up, parents matter. That's also about restoring control in that sense.
And the White House is going to be announcing, we learned during the speech, a brand new COVID plan tomorrow, an acknowledgement that, you know, we're moving into a new phase of this pandemic.
Nancy Cordes bringing the news tonight. All right.
I'm still going to hang on to unity agenda.
I don't want to crush your dreams.
I don't crush my dreams tonight.
Our coverage of the State of the Union will continue on our CBS News streaming and on your late local news on this CBS station. Tomorrow, Vice President Kamala Harris joins Gayle King and CBS.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The COVID economic shutdown hit Las Vegas harder than any other major city in the nation.
It's decimated the entertainment community.
So even though it looks fairly busy, this is really just a fraction of what business was like prior to COVID.
Last week, there was another large hotel chain that 18,000 were let go.
I haven't seen any jobs that are even close to what I was making.
We're trying to keep things as normal for our kids. I have a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And I see every day people losing their homes, having to leave Las Vegas.
If I have to start over somewhere else, I have to start over.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
Welcome back to CBS News and our coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address. Tonight, CBS News surveyed a national sample of speech watchers to get their instant reaction. And CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto joins us with all the results. Good evening, Anthony.
Hey, Nora. Great to talk to you.
You know, the top thing people wanted to hear coming into this speech was how the U.S. was going to deal with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And what speech watchers told us was 7 in 10 felt that what Biden laid out would deal with Russia effectively. So big numbers there. But the other thing was that people were concerned that the U.S. would get dragged into a war with Europe. They don't want troops to go in. And in fact, 2/3 said, based on what they heard Joe Biden say tonight, they felt confident the U.S. would stay out of a war there. And that all led, Nora, to big numbers overall for approval. 78% said they approved of the speech that Biden gave overall. And there was another test for him tonight that we were all watching, and that was inflation. Coming into this, a lot of people felt, majorities felt, that he wasn't focused enough on it. And he moved the needle with these speech watchers, and I'll show you how. Before the speech, less than half felt that his policies could help to lower inflation. But after the speech, those same folks, almost 2/3, were more confident that his policies could, in fact, lower inflation. I will add this, though, Nora. To some degree, he was preaching to the converted, because there were a lot of Democrats who tuned into this speech and fewer Republicans who did. And that's typical for a president. Their own party often tunes in more, but we do have to add that because it's a lot of Democrats, and he's still got to then go out and sell this to more independents and more Republicans. Nora?
It's really interesting, Anthony Salvanto. Thank you. We also heard President Joe Biden, as well as Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, make several claims in their respective addresses. So CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett has been checking all the facts. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Nora. Welcome to the fine print segment of our State of the Union coverage. We have two fact checks of President Biden, one of Republican Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa. I'll take President Biden's fact checks first. As you and the panel, Nora, made due note of, President Biden very rarely referred to the former president's administration, that is to say President Trump. And the one time that he did, he talked about the Trump tax cut, saying the $2 trillion tax cut passed during that administration benefited the top 1%. He made a reference by contrast to the American Rescue Plan, saying that that primarily benefited those in the working class, leaving no one behind. We rate that assertion by President Biden misleading, and here's why. It's not just that the top 1% benefited, they did. But according to the Brookings Institution, 80% of Americans got a tax cut, averaging about $2,100 in the year 2018. So that we rate as misleading. President Biden also said that the Justice Department, and this was under the criminal justice reform section of the speech, has required body cameras, banned chokeholds, and restricted no-knock warrants. Well, in the first and third, body cameras and restricted no-knock warrants, that's true. But we rate this partially true because on banning chokeholds, there are exceptions. Federal law enforcement under the Justice Department can use chokeholds if there's a reasonable fear of bodily harm or death. And it doesn't apply across the board in the federal government. Department of Homeland Security is exempted, and of course state and local law enforcement exempted as well. That's why we rate this partially true. Now, Iowa's Republican Governor Kim Reynolds said, and I quote, "The Biden administration refused to secure the border." We rate that misleading, and here's why. There were 2 million migrant encounters in 2021 at the southern border. And an encounter means either the migrant was expelled or taken into custody. That's 4 times the amount during the last year of the Trump administration. Now, Republicans would say because that's a border crisis and the Biden administration policies are too lax at the border. But you can't argue that there's been no security at the border because these numbers clearly indicate people are being stopped, either expelled or taken into custody. So again, we rate that misleading. Nora, back to you.
Major Garrett with the fine print, and that is hard, that fact-checking. Fabulous job. Thank you, especially in such a short time. Thank you. Want to bring back in our chief political analyst, John Dickerson, Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent, Margaret Brennan, chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. And we said goodnight to Gail so she can get some few hours rest before CBS Mornings and interview the vice president. And so we're joined by Democratic strategist Joel Payne. Welcome to all. Let's start at the top. The president's speech tonight, Nancy, you were there at the White House. You'd spoken to advisors. How did the president deliver on what had been promised that he would try and do tonight?
Well, they said he was going to start with a message of unity and end with a message of unity. And I think we can all agree that's what he did. He started off talking about Ukraine, talked about the West being unified against Vladimir Putin, talked about the fight between democracy and autocracy, talked about what the U.S. was doing for Ukraine. And of course, in one of the most moving moments of the speech, he mentioned that the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. was up with the First Lady. She stood, they embraced, she had tears in her eyes, and everyone was applauding, wearing that blue and yellow, the colors of Ukraine's flag. And then, of course, at the end, again, a message of unity, talking about a variety of issues that all Americans, or at least a big majority, can rally around. Things like addressing the opioid epidemic or doing more to combat the explosion in mental health issues around the country, particularly for young people in the wake of this pandemic, helping veterans, finding a cure for cancer. These are the types of things that he knew would get a lot of applause on both sides of the aisle and allow him to pick up the mantle of bipartisanship and end the speech on a high note.
And while there were multiple examples of bipartisan applause, standing ovations, perhaps more than we've seen in a very long time at the State of the Union, a lot of that was around Ukraine and promising that Putin will pay a price. But this is only going to get uglier for the President of the United States and for the people of Ukraine. Members of Congress briefed that this war could go on 10, 20 years. This could end up being an albatross for the President Biden and his presidency dealing with this.
It absolutely could be. And we are watching live broadcast on television a human rights catastrophe. So for the president who has said he's putting human rights back at the center of the agenda, he's also drawn a very bright line to say we won't use military force to defend it. We will if you go a little bit farther west and touch our NATO allies. But the criticism has been such a bright line can actually encourage Vladimir Putin to know the limits that he can play up to, and he has done that. One of the things I also think is interesting is, and it gets to a point you've made, John, here, which is you don't get to pick the things you want to focus on. China, only mentioned twice in the speech. This is the thing. They wanted to park Russia over here and move to what the president described tonight as the chief economic challenge of the 21st century, and that is China, not just from a foreign policy angle, economically. And that is something it also gets bipartisan support, and it is rare in Washington to find something like that. So I thought it was interesting the president.
I mean, I remember when I covered President Obama, and he wanted to do the same thing, too, which was actually shift away from the Middle East and talk about China. Right. And that was unsuccessful for them. I mean, as much as they tried.
It is. But to your point on Russia and the disruption to the economy, the president's top White House economic advisor has said the duration of this conflict will be one of the main decision points in the direction of this economy. I mean, the average person will spend cost them about $750 more a year in energy just if oil stays at this elevated level above $100 a barrel. And that's just energy.
And it's so hard when you're a president and you're on the watch and you have so much control over foreign policy to then go out in the country, as Joe Biden says he wants to do, to talk about his agenda for lowering costs and letting wages rise and all the things he wants to do on the domestic front. Very much harder to do when you are monitoring an issue like this that can change so quickly and when then there can be so many ricocheting consequences, either in terms of warfare or in terms of all these economic blowbacks.
What's interesting to me is that the president is obviously pretty comfortable on this foreign policy terrain. He's the former chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But as we all know, domestic politics really carry the day in terms of shepherding your political base and making sure that your political constituencies are strong and with you. How much, how durable is the president effectively administrating foreign policy on Ukraine? How much does that get him domestically? I noticed in some of our polling that was put out earlier that people actually agree with the general approach that the White House is taking, but they're not happy with the president's handling. That gap, by the way, mimics what we see in domestic policies with the president. When you look at do you like the Build Back Better agenda, but do you agree with how the president is addressing the economy? Yeah. It's so interesting to me.
That strange disconnect, because here you have record job growth, et cetera, and yet the president getting no credit for that. I want to bring in Congressman Hurd, who's been listening to this conversation as well. Congressman?
Sure. Look, President Biden did what he needed to do on Ukraine and let the rest of the world know that Republicans and Democrats are supportive doing something and trying to help Ukraine, but also supporting NATO. But as Governor Reynolds showed, a lot of what she talked about is what has happened, and what President Biden was talking about is what he wants to do. And when voters go to the poll in 2022, they're going to ask, are their lives better off today at that time when they vote than when the president came in office, and his party is going to be impacted? The likelihood that Democrats lose the House is incredibly high, and potentially the Senate. And as the two voters that Gail interviewed earlier, I think it was Mateo and Seth, they weren't convinced by this speech alone. And so the reality is the American people want to know, how are you going to impact my ability to put food on the table, a roof over my head, and how am I going to be able to take care of the people that I love? And Governor Reynolds laid it out perfectly. You empower people, not empower the government. And that's going to be some of the message when it comes to voters over these next few months.
What about her message where she said parents matter?
Look, it absolutely is about parents matter. We saw that in Virginia. Governor Reynolds also laid out the number of kids that were away from learning, from being around other people, the impact that had on their growth. And so ultimately, parents want to be able to have the ability to do what's best for their kids and make sure they're putting kids in the schools that they want to be put in, and take care of the way they should be taken care of. And so this is going to be a big issue. I actually think education is something that the Republican Party should be doing more. We look here in Texas when it comes to school choice, the achievement gap between Black and brown communities and their white counterparts has been taken away, partly because of the ability to get access to different kinds of schools. And we have income inequality because we have education inequality. And if we make sure we're teaching our kids to be prepared for jobs that don't exist today, and that they're going to be able to move up the economic ladder, that's going to solve many of the issues that we're seeing in our communities.
Well, Congressman Hurd, I know it was Election Day there in Texas. I was chatting with all my Texas friends, and I'm glad to see you from my home city of San Antonio. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Always a pleasure to be on with you.
Take care. All right, ahead, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster joins us to break down what President Biden said about Russia and Ukraine.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Society is deeply uncomfortable with a woman holding power.
For women, corporate America has been an uphill battle.
You're emotional, you're harsh, you're cold.
And it still is.
That's when I realized womanness was at a disadvantage for me.
Women of color sit at the painful intersection of race and gender discrimination.
You put in the work, and you're ultimately not the one who gets credit for it.
Many professional women had to make a decision between employment and caregiving.
Gender discrimination is the one thing that has transcended time and race and religion. It is literally written into the Bible.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
And welcome back to our coverage of the President's State of the Union address. We go now to former National Security Advisor and retired General H.R. McMaster. General McMaster has nearly 4 decades of national security experience. General, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Nora.
It was remarkable to see the president spend a big chunk of the opening of his speech talking about Vladimir Putin, promising that he will pay the price, getting bipartisan applause. But there's a difficult road ahead, as we've been talking about. Members of Congress being briefed that this is a war that could last 10 to 20 years. What do you see as the challenges ahead?
Well, the challenge is mainly to the Ukrainian people, and I think it was really encouraging today to see so many people dressed in blue and white, and to see us celebrating the courage and the determination of the Ukrainian people to secure their freedom. And one of the themes that I think that carried through the speech, I would have liked to seen it more explicitly, is, hey, how about take the opportunity to celebrate the freedoms that we enjoy, to cherish those freedoms, and to really learn from the example of the Ukrainians. I think the theme, to agree, I guess, with Gail's earlier comments, I do think that this unity agenda is important to the competition in Ukraine because, Putin assumed that there would be disunity, right? Disunity within our alliance and disunity in the United States that would make us irresolute in our response. And I think the president was strong in banning Russian carriers as just another measure, and communicating our sustained support for the Ukrainian people.
We have been following that convoy, that Russian convoy that is just about 20 miles outside of Kiev. Today, a senior defense official saying that that convoy has made no appreciable movement in the last 24 hours. They believe they may be running out of food and fuel, that morale is low. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that the Russian forces are at a significant qualitative disadvantage. And Nora, in war, there's a power greater than numbers, and that has to do with the cohesion, the combat effectiveness of units that comes from believing not what's behind them, not fighting what's in front of them, but understand they're fighting for what's behind them, and in a recognition that they're fighting in a just endeavor. And that they need confidence. I mean, in combat, of course, combat is the ultimate contest of wills, and soldiers struggle to reconcile their instinct for self-preservation with the achievement of some aim over which others are trying to kill them. And you want it to be a worthy aim. And I think these Russian soldiers are questioning that. And there are reports, Nora, that they're not well trained. They're not confident in their own ability and the ability of their teams to fight together. And I'll tell you, I've only seen snippets like you have. But I have not seen evidence of effective, what we would call combined arms and joint operations. I think they are really overextended. And the Ukrainians, of course, have demonstrated the will. I mean, when you look at this force, it looks massive, right? 17 miles on a road. But Nora, that's pretty small when you look at the task ahead of them to try to subjugate a people who number 40 million in a territory the size of Texas.
Yeah, that convoy now growing to 40 miles, we have been told. I also want to ask you about the charge made by Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. on Capitol Hill. She accused the Russians of using a vacuum bomb, a thermobaric bomb, what military experts say is the unthinkable. It's just short of a nuclear weapon, would be a war crime prohibited by the Geneva Conventions. If true, does this suggest that Putin may be taking this to a new level because he's frustrated at the lack of advance of his ground troops?
Well, ethics in war calls for discipline and discrimination and proportionality. And this goes back to the law of war as laid out by St. Thomas Aquinas. And the Russians have shown really a penchant for violating that across many years. Remember, just not the poisoning of individuals, but we have to remember that it's been Putin who has enabled the serial episodes of mass homicide in the Syrian civil war using some of the most heinous weapons on earth, nerve gas and other chemical weapons. So this is an unscrupulous leader of forces who have fought unscrupulously. And I think that we have to be prepared, to respond to the worst. And the Ukrainians, of course, are bearing the brunt of this and deserve all the support we can give them, not only economically, but obviously helping them to sustain their defensive effort against the completely unprovoked assault on them and their freedom and their lives.
Is there an off-ramp for Putin? Does he even want one?
Well, I think he probably doesn't know what to do right now, Nora. I think that this is a great example of an authoritarian leader who believed what people were telling him. Hey, that's a great idea, I think is what he heard around the table, because that he's cultivated an environment in which people fear probably the consequences of giving him candid advice. How about that kind of just bizarre scene, right, when he was meeting with his cabinet and browbeating the head of his intelligence to agree with him on this invasion, or the looks on the faces of his senior military officers when he was getting an update across that long table that's, I guess, is meant to communicate that he's omnipotent. So, but he's not omnipotent. And what this has shown, I think, is that he assumed, that the Ukrainian people were really, in his effort to manipulate history, not a viable nation. Of course, they're a viable nation. He thought he didn't take this guy Zelensky, the president. He thought, okay, this guy's a comedian, like he's a ballroom dancer, right? I mean, how's he going to stand up to me, the judo wrestler who rides bareback on horses, right? Of course. Well, I mean, I think he believed his own propaganda, Nora, and I think he's probably in shock in large measure, trying to figure out what to do next, because he really doesn't have any good options.
That former KGB agent clearly didn't watch that version of Dancing with the Stars, because the moves that President Zelensky had were quite impressive. I dare say so myself. Nancy Cordes and John Dickerson have a quick question for you as well.
I want to ask you, HR, about some level setting that the White House appears to be trying to accomplish right now. Yes, out in public, everyone from the president on down is saying that the Ukrainians are behaving in an absolutely heroic fashion, which they are. But behind the scenes, they're really trying to temper expectations, and they're still predicting that the Russians could very well succeed here after a weeks-long siege. Do you believe that that's possible? And why would the White House be so concerned about people kind of letting their hopes and expectations run away with them, that perhaps the Ukrainians could pull off this David versus Goliath victory?
Well, I think they could pull it off. And the only thing that I think that could prevent that from happening is just devastating brutality on the part of the Russians. Remember, the Russians had a pretty ineffective initial assault into Chechnya. And what was the response? They leveled Grozny. I mean, I think we have to really keep a close eye on Kharkiv. I think that could become a Grozny. But of course, what that won't do is extinguish the will of the Ukrainian people. And as I mentioned, the force is just not sufficient to establish control. Of course, there's the old saying that everybody knows, right? This is like the Geico commercial. Everybody knows that war is an extension of politics. What that means is you have to consolidate gains to get the sustainable political outcome that you desire. And what Putin wants is to extend Russian influence over the former territories of the Soviet Union and to install a puppet regime in Ukraine. I don't think that could happen without sustained resistance from the Ukrainian people. I think he thought of Ukraine as an authoritarian regime like his, ready to decapitate it, and then I guess maybe a new order will just emerge. He's actually waging a war against all of the Ukrainian people, and I think it's unmanageable, especially for the size of force that he's amassed, which is not that big. It sounds big, 160,000, but it's not that big for the task at hand.
HR, it's John Dickerson. Just on that very point, you are very familiar with insurgencies. What does it mean if Russia wants to try to hold Ukraine? If given what you've seen in the spirit of the Ukraine people, what's that going to mean day to day in terms of what Putin now sees he would have to commit to hold on to this territory?
Well, he would need Ukrainian partners to do that. I mean, ultimately, to succeed in insurgency, you have to separate the insurgents from the population and convince the population ultimately that they can advance their interests through some sort of a political process rather than through violence. And I don't think the Ukrainian people are going to accept a regime imposed by Russia, just like they didn't accept it in 2004. And that's why they were revolted in the Maidan or the Orange Revolution. And so I think that Putin has engaged in a mission that he just can't succeed in it. Now, of course, those who will pay the price for this are the Ukrainian people, and that's why they deserve our support, John. John, you know what? I want to agree with you too, though, as well. In your previous comment, I would like to see more about, okay, what are we going to do to address really the dependence issues on Russian hydrocarbons that initially made our response to this tepid and still has not allowed us to with our allies, sanction 59%, of Russia's exports. And what are the lessons for that for U.S. energy policy? The president talked quite a bit about trying to reduce prices. Well, hey, let's not cause the rise in prices by canceling a Canadian pipeline and greenlighting a Russian one. I mean, that made no sense. And we were still importing Russian oil, John, into Massachusetts because of the pipelines we've canceled. We should be exporting LNG as a bridge into renewable energy. And how do you give a talk on energy security and climate and not even mention the word nuclear? So I think what we saw in the speech here is maybe a missed opportunity to make a connection between national security and energy security.
That's a brilliant point, because one of the threads that the president could have said is that this will probably accelerate Europe's move towards renewable energy. And by the way, in that $550 billion of climate change stuff that he wanted in Build Back Better, there was a lot of money for renewables in there that didn't get passed, that Joe Manchin blocked. Yeah.
HR mentions when Jimmy Carter in 1980. When Jimmy Carter spoke his State of the Union in 1980, to your point, he talked about the Soviets going into Afghanistan and how that created a need for an energy program because of the oil that was at stake in Afghanistan. So he did what you're talking about.
I think that's a really important parallel, because it was in that period that it was our dependence on Middle Eastern oil that had created a security problem. Now, if we leap right to renewables without a plan, without nuclear power being part of it, without LNG as a bridge, if we all have electric vehicles, but we charge them from coal-fired plants, that's an even bigger problem. I mean, coal-fired plants, burn a ton of coal, every minute. And so, and what Germany's doing, what Japan's doing, is increasing their coal generation. The U.S. is exporting more coal this year. So, Germany is actually shutting down steel and aluminum plants to sell their energy allocation because it's more cost effective than to generate steel and aluminum. So let's not replicate what Germany did. And let's come up with a comprehensive energy program that puts security up front. And, we're going to trade dependence in the 70s for Middle Eastern oil to dependence on China for renewables and the rare earths and the batteries and the magnets that are associated with it, unless we put together a comprehensive plan to integrate energy security with national security.
You should do a whole show, Margaret, on energy, because he's right. The general's right, and there's so many smart people in America and big companies that are trying to make these kinds of changes and really catapult us into the future and make sure that we're not dependent on China and other places, so that we can really.
Well, that was something actually earlier I thought was interesting, that the president. He did positively reference a few companies, but largely criticized corporate America. And he needs corporate America to be bought in on a lot of these programs. But for HR, General McMaster, I should say, excuse me, you mentioned what Vladimir Putin might be willing to do. Given what he did in Chechnya, given that there were reports in 2015 that he did use vacuum bombs in Syria, given that he backed a war criminal, as you just said, who used chemical and biological weapons, I wonder what you think the next policy choice is for President Biden when that happens, if that happens in Ukraine. Will the United States acknowledge it did and then have to do something about it?
Well, Margaret, of course, every situation like that, you have to give the president multiple options. But I think there have to be military options associated with that from a humanitarian perspective, right? Maybe that's when you do declare a safe zone, just to be able to evacuate civilians and somehow mitigate the humanitarian crisis. And then, of course, there has to be, I think, retaliation economically, even beyond what we've done so far. And I think the hydrocarbon sector is the third rail because of the real practical difficulties associated with Germany and other countries giving Russia coercive power over their economies. So I think it would have to be an integrated solution to this, but there would have to be, in this case, I think, a military component, at least from a humanitarian perspective.
General H.R. McMaster, always wonderful to have you for this fulsome discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nora. Great to be with you.
Great to be with you. Thank you. Let's bring in our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, who now is also an expert on renewables. What say you, Ed?
Tell you after all that, absolutely. What we can tell you from here is the president is back and has we've gotten the lid, which means that the day is done. The staff is still here cleaning up and answering follow-up questions. He heads tomorrow to Wisconsin. You're going to see a lot of travel this year by the president to just a handful of states. Swing states in the midterm elections that also happen to be swing states most likely in the 2024 presidential election. He'll go to Wisconsin with the First Lady to discuss the infrastructure bill that was passed last year and the domestic agenda he laid out tonight. Don't be surprised if you hear a little more talk about the unity agenda, those 4 ideas that he discussed near the end of his speech, even if they may not have much of a prayer here in Washington. Beyond that, of course, we anticipate he will continue to be monitoring the situation in Ukraine, and notably tomorrow also, perhaps to a point we were discussing earlier in the evening, a critical launch of the Ketanji Brown Jackson confirmation battle as she heads to Capitol Hill for her inaugural in-person meetings with senior senators. She'll start with the Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, visit with the leaders of the Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin and Chuck Grassley, likely also meet with Mitch McConnell in person tomorrow, and then go from there. Remember, Democrats are pushing to get her confirmed by mid-April, the Easter recess. And so if these first few days go well, they're hoping that this is a pretty smooth confirmation process and speedy, like it was for Amy Coney Barrett there near the end of the Trump administration. But tonight here at the White House, they are, for the most part, thrilled by what they have seen in terms of reaction. They were pleased by all that bipartisan applause, and they're already retweeting the results of our CBS News instant poll. For those especially who watch us on streaming and spend time on Twitter, you know Ron Klain, the White House Chief of Staff, is a big tweeter. He has captured some of our polling graphics and sent them out as proof that people who watched the speech tonight were relatively pleased by what they saw and heard.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's turn now to Capitol Hill and Nicole Killion. 2 questions for you. 1, tell us what's happening, of course, with the president's Supreme Court nominee. And 2nd, what's the chance for any bipartisanship or any of the things that the president talked about getting through Congress before the midterms?
Well, as you heard Ed mention there, Judge Jackson will be meeting with congressional leaders, including Leaders Schumer and McConnell, as well as the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Durbin, as well as Senator Grassley. One important thing to notice, while these meetings are the next big phase of the process, we do expect an announcement on that next phase, which is when these confirmation hearings will start. And Senator Durbin, again, who heads the Judiciary Committee, has said that he will make that announcement at some point this week. So that is something we will be watching. Still unclear if Judge Jackson will get bipartisan support, but certainly that is the hope of the White House and of Democrats. As far as broadly speaking, in terms of will we see more bipartisanship on Capitol Hill, the answer is always that it remains to be seen. Certainly some of the things the president proposed tonight on mental health and other issues are potentially tangible deliverables, maybe that Republicans and Democrats can compromise on. But on some of these bigger policy agendas, like the economy, like inflation, there is still a pretty clear divide. We've already seen a lot of reaction from Republicans, including the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who in essence said that the president tonight was out of touch. Nora.
Nicole Killion, thank you. Let's also bring in our chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa. He's also up on Capitol Hill. And Bob, quite a scene inside the chamber. Outbursts by 2 Republican House members, also Democratic Senator Joe Manchin sitting with the Republicans. What are you hearing tonight?
Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia remains a critical part of President Biden's agenda. It was just a year ago, in March of 2021, that he provided that crucial vote to get that $1.9 trillion rescue plan passed. So his view on tonight's speech, it's an important one. And our colleague, Alan He, up here on Capitol Hill, caught Senator Manchin in the hallway. And Senator Manchin wasn't carrying a bucket of cold water out of the House of Representatives, but he might as well have been carrying a bucket of cold water based on these comments, Nora. He said, according to Allen, asked about the pieces of BBB the president brought up, he answered, quote, "Not until you get your financial house in order can you do that." He added, "I've never found that you could lower costs by spending more." And Senator Romney, who was standing next to him at the time, chimed in and said, quote, "You can't say it better than that." So not a full-throated endorsement in any way by Senator Manchin for moving in a rapid way to pass President Biden's remaining agenda items.
Wow, hitting a wall there. Robert Costa and Alan He, thank you for that reporting. Well, there you have it. I mean, Nancy used to cover the Hill, too. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody that frustrates Joe Biden up on Capitol Hill more than Joe Manchin.
That's right, because even though Kyrsten Sinema has also blocked a lot of his agenda, the general assumption is that she's not going to stand there on her own, that if Manchin were to flip and go along with Democrats, she too would go along. So Manchin really is the pivotal holdout here. And, you know, frankly, he's been difficult to pin down. There was a time when he was promising to go along with Build Back Better if he got the infrastructure bill passed. Then he reneged. He said he just couldn't live with the price tag. And now it's not clear what, if anything, he would go along with.
What I wonder from Joel is, since you've worked in Democratic politics, is, okay, the base isn't everything, but the base is something. And what do they get out of this speech?
Well, the thing you have to define with Joe Biden is, what is the base?
Yeah.
Is the base the people in the suburbs, independents, or is it black voters, progressives, college-educated voters, right? People who care about student loans and voting rights. What's Joe Biden's base? And I think that's always been the challenge here, is that the president maybe misread his base in 2021. I think tonight was probably a course correction to try to get back to those independents that got him the White House by some people's telling. But then you ask other folks in the Democratic coalition, and they would say it was black voters and it was people in the suburbs. Like, it really is a Rorschach test in terms of who do you think put Joe Biden in the White House? And I think if you answer that question, you'll answer how the president kind of gets back to his head above water.
Yeah, well, he tried to deliver to the progressives in his party. He tried to deliver to Bernie Sanders. He tried to deliver to the progressive wing in the House side with those big numbers. He was able to shore them down a bit, but at the end of the day, he couldn't bring it across the finish line.
I'll just tell you, though, he omitted things that were really important to those progressives, like spending 4 lines on voting rights tonight. Even the point I made earlier about January 6th, and I take everybody's point. You're right, this was a night for unity, but that's a very important, that democracy agenda. You want to talk about democracy in Russia, but you got to talk about it here in the United States as well.
All right, well, thanks to this great panel. Enjoyed watching the President's State of the Union, the Republican response with all of you, and your very smart comments. Thank you. You've been watching CBS News coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address. I want to thank all of our correspondents, contributors, and guests. I'm Nora O'Donnell in Washington. See you later.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
There is now more than $1.7 trillion in student loan debt.
The punishing price of a college education.
Why are we punishing millions of people because they chose to get an education?
My parents didn't make enough to just write a check and pay for school, and so loans were really my only option.
It just feels like quicksand. It feels like this huge thing I'll never get out from under.
This would be a moment for the federal government to say it is time for us not only to ask for forgiveness, but to extend forgiveness.
There's a cost to forgiveness. Ultimately, taxpayers are responsible for the federal debt.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
The mayor, the city council, everything is run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
Society is deeply uncomfortable with a woman holding power.
For women, corporate America has been an uphill battle.
You're emotional, you're harsh, you're cold.
And it still is.
That's when I realized womanness was at a disadvantage for me.
Women of color sit at the painful intersection of race and gender discrimination.
You put in the work, and you're ultimately not the one who gets credit for it.
Many professional women had to make a decision between employment and caregiving.
Gender discrimination is the one thing that has transcended time and race and religion. It is literally written into the Bible.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, members of Congress and the Cabinet, Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow Americans. Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again. Tonight, we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans, with the duty to one another, to America, to the American